A taste of honey. "Man, turn those exhaust fans on full blast, will you?" Boris said irritably, watching Valmo fiddling with the power loader's control panel. "Those containers aren't going anywhere. The stench is so thick I can barely breathe." Valmo pulled himself away from the gutted console with the bunch of wires and petals of crystal circuits sticking out and looked around the cargo hangar of the station. Some of the black and yellow containers were already neatly arranged on racks, but the bulk of the cargo was still piled in the center of the deck. The squat hexagonal containers looked like stumps of some weird technological trees, but each weighed about 200 kilos, and moving them without a power loader was next to impossible. "What's wrong with the smell?" Valmo took a deep breath. "I think it's kinda nice. Definitely not disgusting." The smell was indeed pleasant. A mixed aroma of flowers, freshly worked wood, a little bit of mushrooms, and, of course, honey. "A normal station shouldn't smell like this," Boris grumbled. "It's like a small shop where grannies go to buy some flower seeds. As long as it brings us a good buck, I don't care what the merchandise smells like, even if it stinks like 100 pigsties." That argument worked. If it weren't for a merch from Earth, they would have had to sell the station long ago and look for jobs on a big trading hub or settle down on one of the farm orbitals. In fact, they had already been planning to do just that when a Honey Eater representative had come to the station a year ago. Valmo grinned. It had been Boris who had insisted that they should not send the Earth representatives to hell, but rather check out about what the Honey Eaters had to offer. It turned out it was quite an offer. The access to the outer colonies was forbidden to Earth ships. There weren't many active stations in the transshipment zone, such as Valmos and Boris, and even fewer people agreed to deal with the Honey Eaters, even though everybody wanted honey from Earth. "All right," Boris said. "You got me there. A couple more years, and we can settle down somewhere where real flowers bloom and normal bees fly. They say they've even managed to project blue skies onto the outer shields at Olympus." "Stop kidding yourself, Boris. You know as well as I do that in 2 years we'll only make enough for a week's tour on the outer settlements of Olympus. But we'll probably have enough for a couple of small organic farms somewhere on Ganymede. You can paint blue skies on the inside of the dome if you wish." Valmo sighed. "Believe me, I'd like to breathe real air and bask in real sunshine as much as you do." "So what's the matter?" Boris asked grimly. "The Earth is welcoming all. They have even cancelled visas. Get on the nearest honey ship and go. The Great Hive will be glad to have another convert." Valmo only waved and went back to the disassembled console. This languid argument had long ago become the linchpin upon which their entire life at the transfer station was strung, ever since the Honey Eaters had arrived with their first shipment. They'd have to figure out the cargo hangar's central console before the first customers would come, unless they want to take part in a stupid powerlifting contest. Half a century has already passed since mankind realized that the Earth was lost to it, and that it would not be possible to destroy the Great Hive. Even the most radical opponents of the bee superintelligence were not ready to get rid of it at the cost of carpet nuclear bombardment of humanity's cradle. Moreover, at least 1 billion people have remained on Earth, living in a weird symbiosis with the Great Hive. The rest called them the honey eaters, and despised and hated them. Access to the territory of the outer colonies was closed for honey eaters, but this damn but turned out to be so big and delicious that it was simply impossible to refuse. Honey. The biological civilization of the Great Hive actually produced only one expert position. At least it was the only thing the hive traded with the outer colonies through its representatives, the honey eaters. The Earth needed technology, energy carriers, and rare earth metals. Humanity needed quality food, antibiotics, antivirals, and stimulants. And for those who were willing to risk of doing hard time, other substances that could be used to alter consciousness and temporarily forget about the dull life in orbital ghettos or on chlorella plantations somewhere on Saturn's satellites. Supplies of honey from Earth could provide all of that. The bees, who had crossed the threshold of intelligence quite unexpectedly for humans, first drove technological civilization off the home planet. Then, as if nothing had happened, they began establishing trade ties with the outer colonies. No one was ready to fight a real war, and the Great Hive allowed anyone who didn't want to become a honey eater to leave the planet unhindered. Several decades had passed since then, and by now, dreams of reconquista of Earth remained popular only with the most radical of people. Others had adapted to the new life, making the best of the situation. Most preferred to pretend that everything was going as planned and that there was nothing unexpected and surprising in the fact that the solar system was divided between two fundamentally different civilizations. Of course, it was all to the Great Hive's advantage. Valmo finally put the console's front panel in place, plugged in all the connectors and power cable, and pressed the start button. The control display on the console lit up. It showed different colors of racks and containers, which had to be arranged in a certain order according to the marking chips. The goods delivered by the last freighter of honey eaters would soon be taken by several wholesalers, who would take care of the retail packing and delivering of the goods to the end customers. Valmo typed a few commands into the terminal. The loading unit, which looked like an angular mechanical spider suspended from the sailing beams, shuddered and leisurely extended its paws toward one of the containers. After arranging everything on the racks according to the delivery notes and orders, all that will be left to do is to run a quick check and go to bed. Boris had gone to his room another half an hour ago, when he'd got tired of grumbling. Valmo had long ago learned to ignore him, but today his partner's words had struck a nerve. What were they really doing there? The irony was that neither Valmo nor Boris really knew what was in the containers. Honey it was, but what kind of honey? Wholesalers placed orders by contacting the Great Hive directly. The station was only needed for transshipment. It was a requirement of the Outer Colonies Customs Service, which received copies of all waybills. Occasionally, inspectors flew to the station to check and count the goods, but what initially seemed like a risky new adventure had become a boring routine over the time, including for the customs officers. Their visits became more and more infrequent. Anyway, all wholesalers were checked once more upon arrival at the worlds and stations of the outer colonies, and that was without exception, and with a thorough inspection of the cargo. All this time, for Valmo and Boris, the goods remained what they looked like from the outside. Standard hexagonal containers that differed from each other only by identification numbers. The Great Hive didn't bother with any other labeling. At the beginning of the venture, Valmo, for some time, was checking on all the identification numbers and trying to figure out some system, but then he gave it up, having accomplished nothing. Gradually, lulled by the measured motion of the power loader and the flickering display, Valmo started to doze away. He was brought out of this hypnotic trance by a sharp buzzer. The sorting was finished. He stirred and opened his eyes. Strange. The program displayed a green label indicating that the sorting had been successfully completed, and all the containers had been racked according to the waybills. However, there were still, Valmo did a quick count, 8 containers lying on the hangar deck. He grunted and rose tiredly from his chair. Apparently, in addition to the failed hardware, there was also some kind of software glitch in the loading and storage processor. Valmo glanced at his watch. Damn! The time had passed well past midnight. Okay, the first client would not arrive until the day after tomorrow, so there was still a whole day to deal with the error. And now it was time for a good, nice sleep. In the morning, he found Boris had gotten up much earlier and had already had breakfast alone. When Valmo arrived at the cargo hangar, the deck gleamed with worn metal in all its very glory. The 8 containers that had remained unaccounted for yesterday had been removed. "Morning," Valmo said, approaching Boris, who was putting a grate back on one of the ventilation shafts. "Morning yourself," Boris said without turning around. His tone was only slightly friendlier than usual. "I've already checked those fans." He nodded at the dark opening of the exhaust shaft. "Can't get rid of the damn smell." Valmo sniffed the air. "Man, you're getting a little obsessive. I can barely smell anything." Boris grunted as he pushed the massive grate into the hole and began screwing in the mounting bolts. "Am I?" He shrugged. "Well, maybe. It was time to check the motors and lube them anyway." Valmo decided not to get into an argument. "Thanks for figuring out the warehouse program," he said. "I fell asleep on the go last night, so I thought I'd save it for tonight. What was going on with those containers?" Boris turned around. "What containers?" he asked, looking Valmo straight in the eye. Valmo was confused. "Well, the ones the program missed yesterday," he said. "It signaled that the sorting was finished, but 8 of them were still standing here." He pointed to the deck. "Good thing you figured it out. Did you find out the glitch?" "Oh, those containers," Boris said. Valmo thought he heard uncertainty in his friend's voice. "It was nothing. I rebooted the system a couple of times, and everything went as it should. You know, I don't know much about that software stuff." "All right," Valmo said. "I'll run some testing later. We have to find out what it was. You say the power loader spread it all out?" "Loader? Oh, yes, it did." Boris looked thoughtfully at the far end of the hangar. "You know, I think I'm gonna check the whole ventilation system. It's time to service it anyway." "Geez, that damned vent system really stuck on you." Valmo laughed. A buzzer went off in his pocket. "Shit." He pulled out a small device. "Narrow beam call. Coded." He scratched his head. "Looks like customs again. I'll go get it." Yeah, go for it," Boris said absent-mindedly as he approached the next grid. "If anything, you know where to find me." The customs inspector arrived at the station 3 hours later. "It's been some time, Lucas," Valmo greeted him, extending his hand. The inspector had docked his ship in the auxiliary airlock on the opposite side of the station, so as not to interfere with any of the clients if they happened to arrive ahead of schedule. "What brings you here?" Miss us? Lucas Farhazi, Chief Inspector of the Outer Colonies Customs Service, shook Valmo's hand. Wish I would never see your tin can of a station again, he said with a chuckle. I don't know how you don't go crazy out here. Hanging out here in the middle of nowhere, in the no man's land between Earth and the colonies, seeing nothing but each other's faces for months. Valmo sighed. Lucas, stop reading my mind. Do you think I'm here for the love of solitude or to keep company for Boris? I'm sick of it myself, but I have to make a living somehow. To tell you the truth, he winked at Lucas, we plan to call it off in a year or two. We're both already looking where to settle down. And instead of you, I will end up with yet another two stupid hustlers looking for a quick rip-off. Lucas shook his head. I bet they won't be as law-abiding and methodical as you are. Valmo stared at the customs officer. Lucas looked unusually tired and anxious. Trouble? Tons of them. Lucas waved his hand hopelessly. There's been a flood of black honey on all the major stations and satellites. It's gotten to the point where some places have had to declare a state of emergency. And something strange is going on with Gideon. A week ago, they stopped communicating and won't let anyone in. Technically, the Gideon cluster is considered an independent colony, so the government hasn't decided to invade yet. But damn it, almost 3 million people are living in the cluster. How can it be that they all instantly stop communicating? Even if they're all hooked on black honey, it's still weird. Black honey, that is, all sorts of honey that had narcotic effects, was illegal to import into the outer colonies. The problem was that the Great Hive didn't give a damn about people's laws. If someone was willing to buy such goods, Earth was willing to supply them. And if paid properly, they could synthesize a new option with unique characteristics. It all came down to delivery. The automatic defense system destroyed any Earth ships as soon as they entered the colony's territory. So Hive had to work through transshipment stations. Lucas, you know we don't do that kind of thing. Even small time stuff, even including legal positions. We don't need it. Why take the risk? Besides, you know Boris hates the honey eaters to his guts. He used to be a member of the Radical Party. One of those who called for sterilization of Earth. Lucas patted Valmo on the shoulder. Don't worry, I believe you. It's just that we're under new instructions. Total inspections of all stations after every unloading. Some of the wholesalers are slipping hot stuff past the defense bots and past the customs. God knows how they do it. He yawned. I'm sleeping 4 hours a night, speeding all over the system. So let me shoot a quickie at your place and move on. Let me at least make you some coffee, Valmo said. We still have a real one from the plantations of New Eden. Lucas cheered up. That would be awesome. I've had my head screeching from stimulants already. Good old natural caffeine. What could be better? By the way, where's Boris? He's up in the vents somewhere. He says he's sick of the smell of honey and honey eaters. Lucas shook his head. I wish I had his problems. And it doesn't even smell that bad. Well, let's not waste time. He picked up his briefcase and headed for the control panel. Black, no sugar. When Valmo returned from the galley with a mug of hot coffee, the inspector had already connected his terminal to the warehouse system and scrutinized the invoices accumulated since his last visit 2 months ago. He didn't really need to. The custom software would have found the slightest discrepancy, but Lucas believed that human mind could find inaccuracies or odd coincidences even where the program thought everything was correctly filed. Thank you, Lucas said, taking the mug. I want to pay you a compliment. All the paperwork is in order, and all the records are clear and bright. It's just exemplary. You can't even imagine how crazy it goes at some of the stations. And I don't even mean smuggling or anything like that. It's just a total bloody mess. Some of them haven't even got proper software yet. They're typing everything in manually. Can you imagine? Well, to be honest, we have glitches too, Valmo said. Just yesterday, the remote control and the program glitched at the same time. I worked late into the night, and Boris only figured out the glitch this morning. It was giving out some nonsense, as if we had 8 extra containers not listed in the system. It happens, Lucas said absent-mindedly, looking at the screen. Nothing in our world is fail-safe or guaranteed, except the heat death of the universe and taxes. He sipped his coffee happily, then squinted and stopped scanning. It looks like this glitch has been sitting in your system for a long time, he said. I just noticed it. It's not in the main register, but a deep scan shows evidence of 8 additional containers registered in each of the last 12 deliveries. For a very short time, literally for a fraction of a second, as if the system malfunctioned and then caught up and deleted it. He took another sip of coffee. Damn, I miss that sometimes. Anyway, if I were you guys, I'd hire a good software tech to give your old steamer a proper service. Think of it as an unofficial official customs order. It's no good having a virtual item living a life of its own in the system. Valmo scratched the back of his head. I wish it were virtual, he said. Yesterday, I had 8 real containers left after sorting. That would be one hefty glitch. And I don't know... He suddenly stopped talking, having realized the meaning of what he had just said. The customs officer's gaze instantly became sharp and cold. I want you to tell me all the details from this point, he said in completely different tone. Start with where those containers were placed by the system. Valmo spread his hands. I don't know. Boris put them away this morning. He suddenly remembered his partner's strange behavior regarding extra containers and felt cold creeping up his spine. Get him in here, and he'd better have a reasonable explanation for what happened. It's not that I don't trust you, but after what happened on the... Shit! Ouch! The customs officer slapped himself desperately on the back of his neck, just above the collar of the uniform jacket. His face contorted with a momentary grimace of pain, replaced by bewilderment as he brought his hand up to his eyes and saw what lay in the palm. It was a large bee. What the... Lucas started to say, but didn't finish and fell to the floor. I'm sorry about that, Boris said, gently taking the bee out of Lucas' limp fingers. But I couldn't let things fall apart at the last moment. You! Boris nodded tiredly. Yes, me. I'm sorry, Valmo, but I couldn't tell you. I was planning to wire you half the money anonymously later. I don't want to spend the rest of my life sniffing around the stinking labyrinth of Ganymede or some crappy station in the asteroid belt. I want to go to Olympus, and that costs money. A lot of money. Valmo looked at his partner in horror. But you hate the hive! You hate honey eaters! I do, Boris shrugged. So what? I can destroy them, so why not use them for my own good? And ruin a lot of people's lives at the same time? You mean those miserable cowards and suckers who, for sentimental reasons, didn't dare to burn out the breeding ground? Boris asked. As far as I'm concerned, to hell with them. Maybe those who survive will realize that they should act differently, get wise at last. But I don't care really. I'm old, I'm tired, and I want to spend the rest of my life in peace and prosperity. Valmor began to back away slowly. So the black honey in the markets is your doing? Well, not only mine, Boris answered. Do you think that all the transshippers and customs officers are as patriotic and incorruptible as you and your friend? He nodded at motionless Lucas. Is he dead? Boris smiled. No. Why kill him? Killing is a purely human passion. The hive tries to maximize all resources. After a deep reformatting, our friend will make an excellent honey eater. He smiled even wider. Just like you will. I'm sorry, Valmo. It's nothing personal, but I can't let this last deal go spoiled. Gideon's cluster is expecting new forces from Earth. He stepped to the side, and Valmo saw black and yellow clouds of bees pouring out of the ventilation shafts throughout the hangar with a buzzing sound. The hive has decided to expand its area of influence, Boris said, almost invisible because of the bees swarming around him. And I have decided to make a little money out of it. A stubborn old radical, almost terrorist. Who would suspect such a person? That's why Hive came to me. Valmo barely made it. The communication between bees and ordinary humans were probably not as stable as with honey eaters. So the swarm did not immediately realize that it was necessary to attack Valmo too. After all, the bees had secretly coexisted with him on the station for several weeks and had gotten used to him to some extent. Valmo slid into the central control room, sealed both entrances, and looked around carefully. There were no bees in the room. There was only one vent here, a circular half-meter wide hole in the ceiling, blocked by a plastic grid. Valmo quickly broke out the grid and plugged the hole with anything he could find. Soft headrests from the chairs, his own shirt, some old papers. After finishing that, he lowered his gaze and shuddered. Boris was looking at him through the transparent window, surrounded by a dense swarm of bees. What are you going to do now? Boris' voice coming from the speaker sounded muffled, interrupted by a bassy hum. You won't be able to open the airlock and throw us into the vacuum. I've taken care of that. Besides, part of the colony is located in the ventilation hub, and that will be cut off if the airlock is open. You can't depressurize the whole station anyway. You can't get to me, Valmo said into the microphone while rapidly typing command after command on the console. I don't have to, Boris said. You can't sit in this doghouse forever. The customs officers are logging their routes, Valmo said. Lucas will soon be missed, and they'll realize that he disappeared at our station. That's right. I didn't think of that. But it won't happen right away. A couple days to realize he's missing, and a few days to get here. I can get the shipment to Gideon in time. And deal with you, of course. They won't let you anywhere near the outer colonies after that. You can forget Olympus forever. Boris' silhouette, barely visible behind the dense mass of bees, shrugged. We'll see. I prefer to solve problems as they come. Right now, my main problem is you. However, it is almost solved. Valmo heard some rustling and crackling coming from behind him. He looked back and was horrified to see his makeshift plug slowly beginning to fall out of the vent. He rushed to the terminal again. Typing the last command, he hit the enter button. At the same time, the pile of junk finally fell to the floor under the weight of a vast mass of bees, and the mighty humming filled the room. The great hive was satisfied. Of course, this time the attempted advance had only partially succeeded. Before the outer colony's fleet destroyed its own small hive, only 20% of the reformatted units had been transferred from there. In addition, a very valuable independent agent and his station were lost. But the hive had gained confirmation of important information. First of all, it is possible to get agents without reformatting. The most surprising thing was that this last agent worked with Hive even though he did not hide his hostility. This called for more research in the future. Secondly, the station incident demonstrated that humans were capable of self-sacrifice for their swarm to a far greater depth than Hive had hitherto realized. Blowing up the station's reactor along with themselves for the good of the others. Perhaps this could be a new impetus and serve as a fundamentally new consensus for the greater fusion. The research had to continue. Get a good deal. Eric suspected something was wrong on Friday, September 28th. That day, he finished his shift at the town's central post office at 4 o'clock, as usual. The county office had finally hired additional workers, and Eric hoped that the overtime would be soon forgotten. He remembered the days when sorting mail was almost a slacker job. A few dozen letters and the occasional parcel from some granny trying not to forget her grandchildren was typical work for one day's shift. But then came the internet, which flooded all the world's post offices with mountains of meaningless junk that people began to buy just because it was suddenly literally at arm's length, or even closer, at the click of a computer mouse. He wasn't by any means a grumpy, annoyed, old-timer dude. He had a laptop and he used the internet extensively. But shopping was a different matter. How can you buy something you haven't seen with your own eyes or held in your hands? No, these global online scams are just another trap for people to spend more money. He's too smart to fall for them. This year, the end of September was lovely. The light breeze mixed the tart smell of fallen leaves with the faint scent of smoke. In many houses, the fireplaces were heated to warm up the chimneys and drive out the dampness. Whistling a simple tune, he turned down the small side alley where his house stood. It was at that moment that a needle of anxiety pricked him. For as long as he could remember, an old wooden house with a mossy tile roof had always been on the corner. 2 stories, windows boarded up with rotting plywood, the yard overgrown with nettles and other weeds, green paint peeling away from the drying siding boards. When Eric was a child, an old woman lived in the house. There were rumors among the local children. Either she was a witch, or she stole and resold babies, or whatever other nonsense children are making up to scare each other. But then Eric left for residential school in another town, and when he returned, the old woman was gone and the house was boarded up. Rumors, however, of course, continued to circulate. Only the old woman now moved to the category of malicious ghosts. The house became an instrument to test the boy's valor. You should go inside the haunted house and bring back something to prove your bravery. The best adventure in the world for the 10 or 12-year-old. The problem was that Eric now saw only a weedy, empty lot instead. There was no house. Eric stared perplexed at the lush thicket of nettles and burdock. It was hard to make out anything, but somehow he was sure there wasn't even a remnant of a foundation beneath the vegetation. The haunted house had vanished without a trace. "I told you so!" Eric almost jumped with surprise. Relaxing a bit, he turned around and saw a scruffy-looking elderly man who was pointing his finger at the missing house, grinning. "Excuse me, are you talking to me?" Eric asked. The question made the smirk fly off the old man's face. He lowered his pointing hand and looked at Eric sadly. It was a hard look, as if he were searching for something he'd known for a long time but couldn't find. It was like looking at a childhood friend you hadn't seen in decades, trying to figure out if it was the same person or just a stranger who looked like him. "So, that's how it is," the old man said slowly. His face went gaunt, his shoulders slumped. "So, they got to you, buddy boy. To think, after all these years. But I won't give in to them. No!" He jerked suddenly and gripped Eric's sleeve tightly with a bony, wiry hand. "Now, you have an opportunity, my boy. Eric, my friend, you must resist, or they'll tear this place apart." His lips quivered, tears welled up in his eyes. Eric stared at the old man speechless. He was so stunned by the onslaught that he didn't even try to break free from the old man's grip. Finally, he gathered up. "Who the hell are you?" he exclaimed, shaking off the old man's hand. "What do you want from me? And what are you implying? I have never met you in my life." Eric didn't know what he was expecting, a new outbreak of delirious rant or a frantic apology that he had been mistaken for someone else. But the old man just stepped back, as if he had run out of energy. "I can't buy out anything more from them," he said helplessly. "I have nothing left but my most precious possessions. I have given everything I can, just to keep. Tears rolled down his cheeks, leaving wet streaks in his gray stubble. He raised his head. "They usually came on Fridays, morning and evening. You still have a chance, Eric, my boy. Just try to get a good deal. If you offer them something of equal value, then maybe you'll succeed. Your father—" The old man didn't finish, waved his hand, and walked away without saying anything. Eric stood for a while, watching him stride through the alley of fallen leaves. What was that? Who was this strange old man? He acted as if he'd known Eric for a very long time, but Eric was sure he'd never seen this man before. And then there were those hints about his father. Eric turned and strode back to his house, where a good dinner and the cold beer awaited him. If you start paying attention to the mutterings of every wandering lunatic, you can go crazy yourself. Eric has never seen his father, who had died before he was born, and as for the missing house, that could be dealt with later. The Lakers lost again, confirming Eric's prediction. Eric always thought that pairing the aging LeBron with the super-talented but super-traumatic Davis was a stupid idea, especially since the managers couldn't scrap up a proper team to support the stars. And here we go, yet another proof. Eric didn't feel like watching other games, so he decided to go to bed early. Maybe he would go to the woods tomorrow morning. He loved those early walks in the golden forest, when you're in no hurry, with no plans, just strolling through the serene silence of nature, preparing for winter hibernation. As usual, he made himself an obligatory mug of strong tea before going to bed. Somebody told him it was stupid because tea was full of caffeine, but Eric didn't care. His sleep had always been rock solid. Eric ran his finger along the spines of the books in the large bookcase. He read e-books too, but in the cozy evening, half lying in bed and sipping tea. It must be only paper, only good old-fashioned book. His choice fell on a collection of short stories by Philip K. Dick. Read and reread, of course. But why not? It had been a year since the last time. He turned out the overhead light, leaving only the small lamp by the chair on. But something distracted him as soon as he started reading. Eric looked up. There it was. The bright headlights were hitting the windows again. Some car had turned onto his property and was now maneuvering up the driveway. Eric stood up. What the hell? As he stepped out onto the porch to get a good look at what was happening in front of his house, his fingers loosened, and the baseball bat he'd brought with him just in case fell to the wooden planks. In the very middle of the lawn in front of his house was a large truck. Eric's first thought was that a big garbage truck had pulled in. At least that was a quick impression. The size, the typically canary color, even the company logo on the side, plus the two workers in overalls matching the truck's color standing next to it. But that impression dissipated as Eric got a better look at the car. First of all, it had a very different shape. It looked more like some sort of flying vehicle from the sci-fi movie or a computer game, oblong, massive, and at the same time streamlined, like a piece of cheese with carefully polished edges and corners. Plus, it didn't seem to have a cockpit, and the third person was sitting in the back on the outside seat, looking at the big screen right in front of him. Probably the driver, Eric decided. But most importantly, the car had no wheels. The massive vehicle, the size of the frighteningly large garbage trucks he'd seen while being at the residential school in Torrington, just hovered over his lawn and the flagstone driveway, emitting a low hum that had nothing to do with the familiar roar of a powerful diesel engine. The sneaky memory immediately gave him a hint. They came on Friday nights. Oh yeah, they really came. But who the hell are they? Eric didn't believe a single word of what that crazy old man was rambling about. Nevertheless, here it is. Some fantastic "they" are standing in front of his house. A driver in blue robe is toggling switches on his control deck, and two workers in yellow jumpsuits are looking at something on an electronic tablet that illuminates their faces with their bluish glow. Hey, you! His mouth was unexpectedly dry, and instead of a threatening shout, Eric made a hoarse squawk. He coughed. You there! In the yellow! I'm talking to you! He picked up the bat and strode determinedly toward the workers. The two in yellow broke away from the tablet and looked simultaneously at Eric, who had already traveled half the distance and now was literally 5 steps away from them. This time, Eric managed not to drop the bat, but he nearly fell over, tripping in surprise. The faces staring back at him were definitely not human. Large, dark, bulging eyes. 2 narrow slits instead of noses. Big mouths without lips, and no visible ears. But the main thing was their skin. Iridescent, bluish-gray, shimmering in the light of the car's headlights, scaly, reptilian skin. Eric felt like he was about to burst into uncontrollable laughter. He'd always considered himself a paragon of rational thought. And now he'd been visited by reptiloids in a space garbage truck. What a nonsense from a cheap tabloid. But they were right in front of him, and something had to be done about it. "What do you want here?" The words came out almost against his will. The two creatures in yellow stared at Eric for a few seconds, then looked at each other. The one holding the tablet poked at the screen. Eric noticed that his fingers were almost human, except they were also scaly and seemed to have one extra phalanx. Eric didn't have time to count the fingers because the reptiloid— "Oh my god," Eric thought, "is it really happening?" raised the tablet with the screen toward him. "We're interested in the past," it said. "We're cleaning up all the garbage we can. No need to worry. It's a normal process. It's done all by the book." Suddenly, the pieces of the crazy puzzle began to fit together into a strange but only possible figure. Crazy old man. So that's what it was about. "So it was you who stole the haunted house?" Eric asked menacingly. "Who gave you permission to loiter around here?" "Their anatomy doesn't allow them to pronounce our words," Eric decided. "Unconditional junk. Your continuum will be cleaner without it. More convenient. Good raw material for us to recycle. Lots of probability quanta." Eric thought for a moment. It's a good thing he read a lot of science fiction. At least he could understand something. "Why do you need our quanta?" Poke, poke, poke. "Chaotic invasions. Failed experiments in the past. Reality is eroding. We need to reinforce. For you, more order. For us, survival. We don't take essentials, only what harmony is potentiated without. By agreement." Eric went cold. "I have nothing left. You have a chance. Your father." What was the old man saying? "Tell me what you've already stolen from me," he demanded. "You must have robbed me like that poor old man." Poke, 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 poke. "Not much has been taken from you. Extremely unpleasant fragments. Please believe. We wanted to take away the old man's bad past, but he refused. Gave up other parts of his life instead. Poke, poke, poke. He was a friend of your father's. Bargains with us for everything. But very difficult, working on the edge of paradoxes. Poke, poke, poke. You want to bring back something connected to them? The old man and your father? We don't advise it, but the old man is holding on to it. You are the fulcrum of those quanta, a vortex of probability." "No!" yelled Eric so furiously that the driver flinched, pulled away from his console, and looked their way. Another reptiloid. "I don't want to hear anything about that bastard. He's the reason everything has gone wrong. Promised my mother a hell of a lot and then died in prison before he even got to trial. Take him away, so there is no trace of him left here." "That's a strong decision. Rush. Emotion?" "You bet it's emotions. Do you want your goddamn quanta? Then take him." Eric was breathing hard. His palm gripping the bat handle became wet with the sweat. "Your courage is impressive." Eric laughed. "Courage! Living in the ruins my pops left behind. That's where courage was. Mom never recovered. Let her rest in peace." He spit under his feet. "Take my old man. Such a juicy piece of the past. And with some stench too. If no trace of his memory and deeds is left, this world will indeed be a more harmonious place." finality and irrevocability. Eric stared furiously at the reptiloids. Push your bloody buttons, or whatever it is you have. Poke, poke, poke. Thank God the morning had been warm enough to make his joints ache much less than usual. The last of painkillers ran out last week, and there was no chance to squeeze a new free prescription until next month. There was still some money left from the previous government check, though. He could afford a morning coffee from the machine on the corner near the barber shop. The main thing was that the machine added double or even triple sugar for free. Taking a sip of the scalding hot, thick black liquid, he wandered slowly along his usual route, noting the new losses. Here, an old phone booth disappeared. Though perhaps it was the city council to blame. Who needs those ancient things in the age of cell phones? And right over there, instead of the half-burned-out donut shop, there was a spacious parking lot with a few scattered rusty cars. He had noticed that Mama Nell's old house had gone missing yesterday, just before he'd met. Damn, who the hell did he meet here yesterday? Somebody's relative, somebody's son. But whose? It was a shame he had nothing else to pay for his past. He shrugged and walked on to sit on the shore of the large calm lake just beyond the missing haunted house. The Space Shepherds. The long-range scanner beeped at irregular intervals, but each time it was the space debris that Sixth Pasture was full of. In addition to the orbital destroyed during the Shondian War, the system was crammed with the remains of several satellites and planetoids blown up in the last major battle. Actually, this debris was almost as good for grazing as a broken orbital, so someone was always keeping herds on the Sixth and a few neighboring pastures. Usually, the herders had no trouble making arrangements. The shepherds were a close community, and the pastures in the system were very rich. There was enough for everyone, but this time it looked like someone has decided not to play by the rules. Andrew switched the scanner to offline mode. There was almost no hope of finding the lost cow, and his head was pulsating with pain from hours of staring at the screen. I'm telling you, it's Crane, Pavo said. He's been telling everybody he's going to the 11th, but instead, sneaking around here, stealing cattle from the neighbors. There have been rumors about him for a long time. Bad rumors. Andrew stood up, wincing in pain, went to the medicine cabinet and took out a pack of painkillers. Slapping an osmotic pad on the bend of his elbow, he poured himself a cup of coffee and looked at his partner. Pavo sat in his decrepit, ugly chair, resting his long legs on the console. As always, there were no emotions on his face. But Andrew knew Pavo was no less worried than he was. They had already lost their third cow in a week. A couple more and they can forget about any profit, and they will be lucky if they can jump out of this situation without serious losses. No one has ever caught Crane red-handed, Andrew said. Not a single piece of evidence, not even circumstantial. Even now we have nothing but speculation. He'll laugh at us, and he'll be right. And what if we're wrong, and he has nothing to do with it? The medicine began to take effect, and Andrew blissfully felt the throbbing pain subside. Pavo sighed and set the mug on the edge of the panel. Then we'll have to find something more substantial than speculation, he said. Let's round up the herd. Andrew's and Pavo's herd consisted of 24 specialized von Neumann probes, or provones, or, as the shepherds called them, cows. In fact, each cow was a huge automaton designed for one thing only: to collect and process everything useful that could be found in the eternal cold of outer space. Of course, the classical idea of von Neumann probes as an autonomous, self-replicating research ship, for all its romantic aura, had extremely dubious commercial value. What use can be made of devices that would wander from one star to another for thousands of years, leisurely digesting an asteroid or two in the process? But the interstellar war that broke out 2 centuries ago and drew several powerful civilizations into its vortex left behind many systems filled with the wreckage of giant artificial structures, orbitals, Dyson rings, shipyards, and the like. Big tasty debris containing many of the rarest materials was just waiting to be picked up and shipped to where they were needed most. That's when the idea of probes proposed back in the long-gone 20th century was revived. Instead of research probes, slow as space currents, you can make a whole herd of provones, which will graze on the ruins of giant fragments of the great past, accumulate useful materials, and sometimes even give the offspring, that is, build their copies from these materials. You don't need numerous prospecting fleets. You don't need huge freighters to transport collected stuff. You just need to drive your herd into a suitable pasture, and then you can collect the litter and distribute it for processing. But if someone starts stealing your livestock, you may well go bankrupt. And fast. Good provones were expensive. Are you sure it's Crane? Akihita's face was completely blank, but Andrew knew it was a sign that he was overcome with emotion. Akihita claimed to be from an ancient samurai family, descended from some famous Japanese warlord, after whom he was named. Normally, he was quite cheerful and sympathetic. His cheekbones stiffened only when any other man would have been half a step away from a violent burst of rage. I've already lost 6 cows. 2 of them were about to calve. Akihita was silent for a moment. His eyes were aflame, but his face was a marble mask. I'll text you the latest coordinates of all the missing ones. Maybe, if we cross-reference our data, we can determine where the thief might be. He nodded, held out his hand, and the communication screen went out. Andrew could barely keep from whistling. Akihita and his partner, Pereira, had only recently started their venture. The license for grazing in the Zunada system had eaten up their last savings, and their herd was relatively small, only 24 provones. To lose a quarter of the herd in one fell swoop, at a time when you have not yet paid off not only the cows, but even the license. Andrew was already contemplating which of his shepherd friends he could persuade to cash in for Akihita, so that the rookie shepherd would not go bankrupt. The shepherds were a closed caste, despised by the proud military spacemen and even the merchants, but they were usually stuck together pretty tight. Occasionally, however, there were types like Crane. No one had ever been able to prove anything, but he was suspected of all the deadly sins of shepherds: stealing other people's cattle, unlicensed grazing, including on other people's pastures, and a host of lesser offenses. He was even raided a couple of times, but Crane always managed to slip away like wet soap, leaving no evidence behind. Unfortunately, the stock buyers were not as united and loyal as shepherds, so Crane was sure to have no trouble selling his ill-acquired goods. And now it looked like he was finally getting some heat, and he could be nailed. Andrew typed a command on the terminal, and the three-dimensional holographic map of the system appeared in front of him, on which all the pastures were marked. In the seventh pasture, red lights marked the last known coordinates of the missing cows from Akihita's herd. The pasture zone was a giant ring around the Zunada star, sliced into 12 truncated sectors, the pastures. The 11th pasture, where Crane supposedly grazed his herd, was far away, on the other side of the star. But who would take a word of such a slippery fella for granted? Andrew entered the coordinates of his lost cows into the simulator, marking them in green, and turned the hologram around to get a better look at the neighboring 6th and 7th pastures. There it was. He entered a few more commands and clapped the arm of his chair triumphantly. Behind Andrew's back, Pavo entered the bridge. "I've rounded up the herd," he said. "I turned off their targeting, so they'd be more tightly packed, and mirror it to our navigator. So far, they're drifting behind us at triple normal range." Pavo paused and bent over Andrew's shoulder. "Got anything?" he asked. Andrew pointed to the hologram. "I contacted Akihita," he said. "You know he drove his herd to the 7th, right? Well, he is missing some cows too. He gave me the coordinates, so I synchronize everything, and this is what I got. The scale is all wrong, it's just for illustrative purposes. The X zone is actually much smaller." The ring of the grazing zone on the diagram was marked with different colors for each pasture. The 6th was marked in blue, the 7th in yellow. Along the borders of each sector, several dots glowed red. According to Andrew's commands, the computer plotted the surface against these dots, producing something that looked like a highly flattened hemisphere. Pavo took a closer look. "Wait, that's..." Andrew nodded. "A paraboloid. And the one who steals cows from us is sitting exactly in its focus point." He shook his head. "I'll be damned, but the guy has some nerve. He doesn't even move. He just hangs out above the ecliptic, like a fisherman over an ice hole, and just keeps on hooking. But now we're gonna shut him down for good." Pavo straightened up. "I'll warm up the geosector engines," he said. "You contact Akihita. I think he'll want to join our friendly visit too." Andrew tapped the button on the communication device. It was time for Crane to pay all his bills. Although the Zunada system as a whole had long since been cleansed of war elements and was considered safe, the battle that had been fought there was in the final stages of the war, when both the Shondi Empire and its allies and the Second Federation had reached the point of exhaustion and thus desperation. As a result, both sides began to resort to methods of warfare that were considered unseemly during the civilized period of the war. It came down to biological weapons, gravitational vortexes that turned entire planets into piles of rubble, and even, according to rumors, black swarms of self-replicating nanobots. However, the latter were rumors, and it was impossible to ask the warring sides, trapped in stasis by the intervening elder civilizations. Therefore, in places like the Zunada system, the shepherds, and there were not too many other visitors in such a god-forsaken corner of the galaxy, tried to stay within the grazing zone. Crane must have taken advantage of this, positioning himself above the ecliptic and hijacking the control of other people's provones with some pirate equipment. It had been a convenient location since no one had ever taken an interest in the void above the ring, but now it was working against Crane himself. In the debris-free space, it was impossible to disguise oneself as a broken orbital defense monitor or a shard of orbital platform. Andrew and Akihita had devised a plan to go into short hyperjump, taking both herds with them, and drop out into standard space literally at stone's throw from Crane's position. Whatever defense system he had, it wouldn't be able to handle a solid 50 targets dropping in on him at once. After all, it was just a shepherd ship, albeit a pirate one, not a battle cruiser. Crane had been asking for it for a long time. The calculations proved accurate, and both ships, the Highlander and Akihita's Tsurumaru, surrounded by their respective herds, simultaneously arrived at the set distance from the pirate paraboloid. And at the focus was the Chergi, Crane's ship. But gods, what a state it was in! No one answered him, neither Andrew nor Akihita and Pereira, all staring at Crane's ship. Chergi was a typical shepherd ship, long, massive hull studded with variety of antennas and outgrowths of instrument blisters, with an ugly cluster of geosector engines at its stern. There were no mooring devices on it, and they were not needed. The cows were usually twice or even 3 times the size of their shepherds, and were controlled remotely. But now, Chergi looked like a piece of Swiss cheese, especially rich in holes. And chewed by mice, too. The engines were the worst hit. In fact, there was almost nothing left of them, as if someone or something had chopped off several weighty pieces, along with nutrient cores and the antimatter capsules. Some thought was scrambling just around the corner, but Andrew couldn't grasp it, distracted by the sight of monstrously mangled Chergi. Paavo was fiddling with the long-range optics system, staring intently at the screen. The standard view cameras were too weak to see details, like what had happened to the crew's living area and control room. Ostensibly, there wasn't much damage visible where they were, but... Satana perkele, Paavo suddenly said. Looks like we're too late. Someone's already taken care of Crane. What is it? Akihita asked impatiently. He didn't have a powerful optical system on his ship, and he didn't know Paavo well enough to know that he only started swearing in Finnish in the most urgent cases. Andrew turned his chair around and looked at the screen. At a distance of about 5 or 6 clicks from the Chergi, slowly rotating, drifted Ashton Crane himself. Frozen to stone, spacesuitless, and obviously and irrevocably dead. After a while, they got closer to Chergi and saw something they hadn't noticed at first. The crew area and control sector had actually been damaged as well, just not as drastically compared to the total devastation of the tail section. There was a gaping hole where the deckhouse had been, with some twisted and torn structures vaguely visible in the depths, and a similar hole, only slightly smaller, in the living area. Next to each of the holes drifted a cloud of debris, an inevitable companion of space disasters. Furniture torn from its seats, broken instruments, and the crew's personal belongings. However, the Crane was the only Chergi crew member. Unlike most shepherds, who usually worked in pairs, The old pirate preferred to carry out his dubious enterprises alone. At least he hadn't brought anyone with him on his last trip through outer space. But what the hell happened here? Who could have attacked the Chergi in this remote corner of the galaxy? Interstellar warfare was a thing of a distant past, the elder civilizations, having categorically ended the Second Shondian War, had made it clear that they would no longer tolerate any squabbling beyond the atmosphere. Even pirates like Crane weren't really true pirates. They were more like thieves and hijackers. Andrew and Akihita weren't going to resort to violence either. The plan was to use the surprise factor to block Crane's escape with 2 herds, dock at the Chergi, punch the crook in the face, and force him to return the stolen cows, nothing more. Andrew looked once more at the mangled ship, which looked like some poor animal that had inadvertently fallen into a river full of piranhas. An elusive thought again rustled somewhere nearby. Andrew, Akihita sounded worried. There are multiple signals on the scanners approaching us. No response. Estimated contact time is 12 minutes. Andrew threw a quick glance at the screen of his scanner. Indeed, about a dozen objects were approaching them, from the void outside the ecliptic and approaching fast. Crane's associates? No way. The existence of 1 or 2 pirates was maybe conceivable, but an entire fleet was utterly out of question. Some kind of Shondian warships or their opponents. Even more nonsense. In more than 2 centuries, there could hardly be anything left in the system but wreckage and ruins. Andrew looked at Crane's ship, and it occurred to him again that it looked half-eaten or something. And then it hit him. Pereira, does your herd have a proactive search mode? Andrew asked. Pereira was not visible on the screen, but Andrew knew he was sitting next to Akihita. The Brazilian was in charge of cow programming at Tsurumaru. Yes, came Pereira's voice. But you understand that I didn't tell you that. Officially, a proactive search was strictly forbidden. Because the cows switched to this mode, instead of calm and leisurely processing of dead ships and orbital ruins, began to chase all over the system for any interesting object, including fully functional ships. If the License Commission found even a trace of such programming on a cow, its owner would have to find a new way to make a living. We don't have time for explanation now, Andrew said. So, here's what I want you to do. Put the whole herd into proactive mode, orient it towards these guests, and set the hibernation timer for, let's say, 15 minutes. Yeah, that should be enough. And, most importantly, once you've done all that, burn out all the communication circuits on each cow. Wait a moment, we can't just... Akihita started, but Andrew cut him off. Not now, there is no time. If we don't do it, we'll end up just like Rain, believe me. We'll figure out how to get out of this later. But for now, just do it. Akihita nodded at Pereira's unintelligible muttering from somewhere behind him. Andrew turned to Pavo, who met him with a nod. Already done, he said calmly. I figured it out too, while you were talking. He pointed to the scanner screen, where 28 dots, the whole herd, were unfolding toward the approaching objects in an umbrella. I hope we are right. Otherwise... Andrew shrugged his shoulders. We'll know in a few minutes, he said. So our own cows tried to attack us? Akihita asked. I can't believe that's even possible. The four of them were sitting in the Highlander's wardroom. The low table was littered with full and empty beer cans. Paavo had gutted his entire reserve on the occasion of the salvation. Yeah, Andrew said. Crane was one hell of a smart bastard. And an excellent programmer. But this time he'd outsmarted himself. He'd been able to hijack the Provone's controls before, but chasing every cow around the system and risking getting caught wasn't very efficient. So he reprogrammed the stolen cows. He probably had 2 or 3 of them at first, so that they could alter the behavior of other Provones. Just a little bit, 'cause they are really short on brains, but still enough for his purposes. And then they started attacking anyone, including their master, Pereira asked, opening a new can. Not exactly, Paavo answered. I've already downloaded the code from one of reprogrammed cows. Relax, not into Highlander mainframes, and certainly not into some cow, he said to Pereira, who choked on his beer. To the secure isolated system in my quarters. I have to admit, the work is masterful. What would you think Crane implemented into the stolen cows? Honestly, I would never have guessed that. A herd instinct. But they are already got it, don't they? Akihita asked. Like any cow. Andrew finished his beer and put the can on the table. Actually, we only call them that, he said. But in reality, of course, they're 1,000 times more stupid than any real cow, and they have no instincts. No more than, say, a colony of bacteria. Absorb resources and reproduce. That's all they can do. But Crane somehow managed to cram something much more complex into their puny software, and he must have screwed up, Paavo said. His rewired Provones were acting like alpha males, taking control of our cows and driving them back here, where Crane was brainwashing them. But apparently he overdid it, coded into them too much aggression and initiative, and either didn't care or didn't have enough space for control circuits. Probably he thought that if he codenamed himself as a super alpha male, he would be safe. But somehow he lost sight of the fact that these were not real ungulates, but robots with very primitive electronic brains. So his bulls at some point decided that it was time to take the power away from the old male and rule the herd themselves. Everyone thought about it for a while. At the cost of some losses, the thinned herds of both herding teams managed to stop and neutralize the crazy cows. 4 cows, 3 from Andrew's and Paavo's herd, and 1 from Akihita's, had to be scrapped, but the rest were expected to recover, including the stolen ones after Paavo and Pereira had scrubbed all the malicious Crane code from their processors and memory. One of the great virtues of the Provones was their ability to self-repair, if only they had the materials. Crane's body lay in one of the empty compartments of the Highlander, depressurized to preserve the remains of the hapless rogue. As for the Chergi, its fate was really short-term now. The 2 herds will soon consume the remains of the ship. Counting all the odds, we got off easy, Paavo said. It's scary to think what would have happened if Andrew had not guessed at the very last moment. What? He asked, looking at Andrew's suddenly pale face. What are you? Did something else occur to you? Yes, Andrew said, playing mindlessly with the clasp of his overalls. I was thinking, the elders forbade wars and weapons production, right? And it's just occurred to me. Our cows, they have high-powered lasers to cut through old hulls, gravity resonators to work with nutrid and other such materials, force field traps for capsizing and storing antimatter. We thought they were too dumb to be feared. But then came the proactive mode. And now, the crane's coding. Oh shit, Pereira said slowly. Akihito shifted his gaze from one person to the other in incomprehension. Andrew nodded. We haven't fought a war in over 2 centuries. Not even small conflicts. We have practically forgotten what war is. And suddenly, it turns out that without realizing it, we have created a huge semi-autonomous battle fleet capable of self-reproduction. You remember the big boogeyman the elders used to scare everyone with after throwing 8 star systems out from our continuum? The Black Swarm, Pavo said. But that's just a legend, isn't it? Akihito crumpled the empty can in his fist and tossed it into the corner. Looks like we just found out it's not a legend anymore, he said, looking at the view screen as if he expected the stars to start going out any minute. Call him Ishmael. Coming face to face with a hostile battle fleet counting thousands of ships is an event that any intelligent being is unlikely to crave. I suspect even the brave admirals of the Interstellar Containment Force. By the way, I've always wondered why they are called that. What exactly do they contain? Despite regular cheerful press releases about their full readiness to repel any imaginable and unimaginable threat, aren't really that eager to play intergalactic give and take with real ships instead of checkers. Let alone a humble Bureau of Intelligence Species registration official who has finally exercised to a legitimate vacation. What are we going to do, Mo? I asked, looking at the scanner screen where the ships of Swanken expansion glowed like an extrastellar cluster. 3 clones from the Kautal Bio-Commonwealth Leviathan ship crew, who were with me in the room that could be tentatively called the ship's bridge, remained silent. It meant that the Leviathan wanted to answer me directly, without the help of his semi-autonomous intermediaries. I don't know, yet, came a voice in my head. You expect something very impressive from a giant living intelligent creature, some deep, powerful bass, or a mental version of it. But Leviathan spoke in a very ordinary voice. Mo explained to me that there was no such thing as a mental voice, and that he had simply selected one of the voices imprinted in my memory. I couldn't remember whose voice it was, but it was probably for the best. I didn't want the Leviathan to speak in the voice of, say, my boss or ex-wife. We'll see what happens. To be honest, I didn't really want to see what happens. One ship, even if it was intelligent and larger than any ship that had ever come off the slipway in the Terran sector, against about 3,000. What was there to see? Why don't we just get the hell out of here? I said. You can get away from them before they start to blow the fireworks, can't you? I can, Leviathan said. But it wouldn't be right. If they lose us, they'll go looking for justice elsewhere. We can't be responsible for that. But we had nothing to do with it. That's right. But the expanse doesn't see it that way. They're blaming the Bureau and me as an accessory. I just got a message from them. I stared dumbfounded at the silent clones. Accessory to what? I thought the voice in my head giggled. I never realized you could giggle telepathically. They accuse us of stealing their honored dead and are demanding their return. But I have some good news. One of the clones pointed to a large screen that lit up bluish green under the very ceiling of the central cabin. On the screen, the numbers changed evenly. A countdown timer. We've been given time to comply, the Leviathan said. I look at the clock in a daze. 24 standard hours! One bloody day? The clone pointing at the screen smiled broadly. He had a nice human face. I couldn't get my head around the fact that it wasn't really a real person, but one of the Leviathan's organs, albeit one with some capacity for independent actions and even thought. I'm sure that's more than enough, he said. We just need to understand how corpses, many of which are over several thousand standard years old, could have come to life. But that's what your profession is all about, isn't it? Believe it or not, it was Leviathan's choice to be called Moby Dick. Sure thing, I've read the novel, but not that I remained in full delight. And it was a long time ago. But Leviathan turned out to be a big fan of Earth's classical literature. Since his identification in form field was impossible to translate into any of the oral galactic languages, he chose a simpler semantic construction as his name. Our relationship, after that incident with the poor guy who managed to scatter his identity all over the galaxy computer systems, had become quite friendly. So I addressed him simply as Mo, although I'm not sure that a giant living spaceship, capable of reading, at least partially, the words addressed to it directly from my brain before I even uttered them, cared much about how I was spelling his nickname. The idea to visit the circular grey hole in the Chang'om system came independently from both of us. You might say that as entertainment it sounds somewhat cringy and even suspicious, and you would probably be right, to some extent at least. But cemeteries and crypts have always been objects of tourist interest in many cultures. The Grey Hole has been used as a ritual burial place by several successive third sector civilizations for nearly 500,000 years. Unfortunately, since the Great Singularity took over, things have gone wrong. And the first to suffer were ancient traditions, like the Chang'om funeral rituals. And not in the sense that we were forgotten. Quite the opposite. In a galaxy where the number of intelligent species increases by an unpredictable margin every few standard years, after another singularity pulsation, many civilizations began to cling to their uniqueness and authenticity with unnecessary zeal, to the point of being willing to start an interstellar war because their dead suddenly turned into zombies and ran away from the graveyard. Look, there were only 7 ships in the ceremonial fleet, and the Expanse brought a fleet the size of half a galaxy arm. Why don't they catch up with their fugitive dead and bring them back to where they belong? They couldn't have gotten very far on the old iron rusty buckets, I said, addressing one of the clones. Even with my extensive experience with Kautal Leviathans and, especially with Mo, I still found it very confusing that the units of their clone teams were not independent individuals, but merely organs of one vast intelligent being. About 130 years ago, this had caused serious friction between the Council Commonwealth and the humanoid races, who had tried to accuse the Leviathans of slavery. By the way, it was the Bureau's intervention that helped resolve the misunderstanding. No other galactic organization had accumulated as much experience in determining individuals' intelligence level as the Bureau of Intelligent Species Registration. And yet, when dealing with clones in person, it's still damn hard to escape the perception that they're independent individuals, especially if the Leviathan who owns them is a devoted terraphile and intentionally breeds them to resemble Homo sapiens as much as possible. In this case, a damn attractive female Homo sapiens. They can't, she replied. Or was it he? Is there any sense in defining genders when dealing with those clones? I forced myself to return to the conversation. At least Mo was reasonable enough to get his clones clothed. Even reanimated, they're still honorable dead ancestors to the expanse, and any violence against them is considered body abuse under expansion law. Burial in a grey hole is the highest honor that in their culture can be bestowed upon an individual posthumously, which is why the bodies of only chosen ones were on the burial ships, the best of the best, the color of the nation, if you will. So their hands are tied, both ethically and legally. I felt like my head was spinning, both from the crazy deal with all the escaped dead and from the bright red hair and stunning shapes of the female clone. And how come we are allowed to abuse their honorable dead? I asked, trying to remind myself that now I was not talking to a stunning beauty looking like it came from the Saturday holo shows for adults, but the intelligent living ship several miles long. We're not subject to their jurisdiction? Partially, the clone replied. First of all, they consider us the culprits of what happened. And secondly, they have a very complicated religious and philosophical system, the development of which eventually led to certain distortions in assessing the level of intelligence of the Swankenians themselves and the races interacting with them. As an employee of the Bureau, you should know that. I shrugged. I've never worked in sectors where the expansion is present. Thanks to singularity, there are so many intelligent species in the galaxy now that I don't have time to go into the ramblings of each one of them. While I was making that excuse, my brain was slowly digesting the confusing phrase the clone had just said. Wait, I said suddenly, puzzled. So they don't think we're intelligent, or not intelligent enough to be subject to their laws? That's about right, the clone nodded. But that won't stop them from firing at us if we don't meet their demands. And then go looking for justice further afield, in sectors controlled by humans and the Bio-Commonwealth. No wonder their own dead escaped them, I sighed. You'd have to be quite pompous fools to think you're unquestionably smarter than any of your galactic neighbors just on the basis of your own religious dogma. When I get home, I'll be sure to check their certificate with the Bureau. It will be very interesting to read expert opinions about the expansion itself. The expansion is one of the founder civilizations, the clone said, smiling charmingly. It was getting harder and harder for me to concentrate on the problem. They were certified a priori, without any additional research. Even more so, I sighed. Okay, Where did that squadron of the living dead go? I took the liberty of making my own decision, Leviathan said directly in my head, while the cloned beauty stood up and left the cabin. I looked at her regretfully, desperately hoping that Leviathan couldn't read my fantasies about her. We've already caught up with the funeral fleet and are now on a parallel course, synchronizing our speed. Are you ready to negotiate? The biomodule is waiting. It didn't surprise me at all that I was the one the Leviathan thought should go to the negotiations. In the end, he was right. That's what my job is, to figure out how intelligent the next client is and what the hell everyone is supposed to do about it now. For a race of pretentious snobs like the Swankanians, their funeral fleet didn't look too impressive. Apparently, along with arrogance, one of the expansion's main virtues was stinginess, or, to put it bluntly, avarice. The ships on which the honored deceased went to their eternal resting place in the bowels of the grey hole were decrepit iron freighters, painted for the sake of solemnity with ceremonial inscriptions and patterns. Given the lack of hyperdrive, one can't really run away on such an excuse of ships. Leviathan had calculated their trajectory and informed me that the funeral fleet was headed for a neighboring arm of the galaxy, which it should reach in a few thousand years, provided it didn't decide to switch the course at some point. In the most idiotic traveling contest, these guys could definitely qualify for a prize. On the other hand, considering they'd all died once already, there was no hurry for them. Or do the reanimated dead also have some sort of lifespan? Or how would you call it? Existence? There was no communication with the funeral fleet, though the ships were supposed to have some means for that. After some thought, I agreed with Leviathan that we had no choice but to send the warning and go to the fleet personally, and there, docked with one of the ships, preferably the lead one, to see what happens. The damned phrase was starting to annoy me, but I couldn't think of anything better. I believe in you, Leviathan said when I was already sitting in the biomodule, heading for the flagship of the funeral fleet. You have a rare gift for solving the most intricate problems by relying on intuition. I am not too familiar with the expansion's shipbuilding trends, but as I approached the angular flagship of the funeral fleet, I became increasingly suspicious that no one had ever used this ugly thing to transport people. Not alive ones, anyway. It looked more like a vintage ore carrier. Is that why you sent me out without support? I asked. I only hope that as undead, the Swankanians have lost some of their aggressive arrogance. My calculations show that the positive outcome of negotiations is negatively related to the number of negotiators on our side, Leviathan said. But, just in case, I'll keep a couple of biomodules with soldier clones on standby, just for your peace of mind. Well, that message didn't do much for my peace of mind. If only because I had never even heard of the existence of these soldier clones until now. The Swanken expansion was a vast interstellar civilization formed by only one intelligent species. It's a pretty rare thing nowadays, but given everything I have just learned about it, it's understandable. The galaxy is huge, and even before the Great Singularity, there was plenty of room for the most bizarre evolutionary twists. The Swankanians didn't look much different from the Earthlings, except for little things, like four-fingered limbs, fine-tufted scales instead of hair, skin of all shades of green, and a small, flexible tail. They even averaged about the same height as humans. Before the age of space travel, they could have posed for sci-fi action movies about the invasion of insidious reptilians from the Andromeda Nebula. However, they had only explored a couple of star systems back then. As it turned out, as the reanimated dead, they underwent about the same changes as the creepy characters of ancient Earth horror stories. Skin discolored, bodies affected by decay turned into bones covered with fragile skin, eyes sunken. What was visible through the gaps in the once luxurious burial robes could be called half-decayed. Judging by the varying degrees of post-mortem wear and tear, so to speak, the Swan Canyons had been saving up their honored dead for quite some time before sending them off in bulk for a one-way trip. I almost expected the leader of the zombies that met me at the airlock to make a welcoming speech, but the laws of physics were still in effect, even if there was something wrong with biology. What doesn't breathe can't make sounds. On the other hand, without an active metabolism, it shouldn't be able to move. Hopefully, we'll figure it out later. Instead of speaking, the leader handed me a piece of paper with text in a slightly archaic but understandable Pan-Galactic. I, the 17th nameless Archon of the Universal Swanken expansion, welcome the envoys of the Cautol Bio-Commonwealth and the Terran Confederation aboard the flagship of our Grand Fleet. We have some difficult negotiations ahead of us, but I hope that everything will be resolved with the signing of agreements satisfactory to all concerned sides. I was thinking feverishly, staring at a piece of paper, obviously torn from some kind of funerary scroll with memorial texts, judging by the remains of the inscription in Old Swankinese. As far as I could remember, from the information I'd hastily read on the Leviathan, the Swankenians had removed the word universal from their official name 300 standard years ago, when it became clear that they were not going to be able to take over the entire universe for at least the next several thousand years, plus minus few. And the Expanse was now ruled by an Archon numbered 56. Something told me that the Grand Fleet the zombie was talking about, in his imagination, didn't consist of 7 old freighters. What could be worse than a rebellious reanimated dead? Only a rebellious reanimated dead that had gone totally off the rails. The surrealism of what was happening so clouded my brain. I mean, zombies on a spaceship! Come on, give me a break. That I found nothing better to do than to make a ceremonial bow and declare with as solemn look as possible. I am pleased to greet you at a historical turning point. I think it is no exaggeration to say that we have all been looking forward to this momentous meeting. Bravo! Came the voice of the Leviathan in my head. Have you ever thought about changing careers by any chance? You'd make a great diplomat. What a bastard. Turns out the range of his damn telepathy extended a little farther than I'd realized. I sighed and followed the dead 17th nameless Archon through the respectfully parted crowd of his equally dead subjects. Let's assume that in the Swanken hell and heavens, all gates are locked for now, and corpses, especially those of many centuries of freshness, cannot come back to life. What does that mean? I'll be damned if I know! I almost yelled, but the procession of the royal dead paid no attention. Either their hearing was bad, or their brains were. I agree, I replied mentally, but I have absolutely no idea how you can make a mummy move and think, black magic aside. Plus, these decayed guys clearly believe themselves to be the very individuals to whom the bodies once belonged. How do you explain that? Leviathan paused. Look, we need any information we can get. Any books, inscriptions, anything that can tell us what's going on these ships. I looked around. I've been inside old decommissioned ships many times before. All of them, in a way, look the same, dreary and doomed. The crew of a couple thousand long-dead Swankin aristocrats, or officials or priests, whatever, only reinforced that impression. Apparently, those who prepared the ships for the ceremony didn't care much for the interior. I was quite in agreement with them. Who cares what space coffins look like from the inside, heading for a place from which there is no return? Sorry, Mo, but I can't read Swankin. That dead nameless fella wrote in intergalactic, and everything around here is labeled in their native language. That's okay, Leviathan replied. I can. If I spot anything interesting, I'll let you know. You can hang on a little longer so I can make out the writing. Oh shit. That's reassuring, knowing that a giant ship can tap directly into your eyes. But I didn't have time to process this confusing discovery, because we finally entered the spacious hold, and the 17th nameless Archon sat on the throne made of old plastic cargo pallets. The sudden movement caused some of the cloth to crumble into small decayed flakes, and the thin silvery metal mesh of the base became visible. Probably something like those old crinoline things, I thought. As I moved closer to the throne, 17th took up a small slate board, the kind that is used to draw assignments for children in nurseries. We need allies, I read. A great war is coming against usurpers and invaders. As true patriots of the expansion, we count on the understanding and assistance of the galactic community in our struggle against those who have illegally seized power. I nodded, having no idea what he was talking about. What was that about? I asked mentally. You disappoint me, Leviathan replied. It's about the fleet of his compatriots who gave us an ultimatum. I was of a better opinion of the Bureau staff's competence. By the way, a hypergram just arrived in your name from sector headquarters. Looks like you're being recalled from vacation. Listen, I just noticed that they have some writing on their garments too. Can't you get a closer look at them? I didn't reply. Oh shit, one more time. Called back from vacation. 17th was writing something again. Probably some pompous nonsense about the great struggle and allies. But I didn't care about the megalomaniacal alien zombie. The first vacation in several years, and it will be spoiled by my boss. Well, technically, there is such a clause in my contract. In case of emergency, they can call me to work from anywhere, but Interesting expressions, the Leviathan said. I think I'll take a couple into my books. Though in terms of mammalian anatomy, I think that second idea of yours about where your boss might stick. Never mind, I replied. Did you read everything you want to? Any ideas on how we can return these undead to their descendants and prevent an interstellar war? 'Cause now that I'm being called to duty. Sure, I thought I heard something akin to sympathy in Leviathan's voice, and it suddenly made me suspicious. What was he sympathizing with? The fact that I had to go back to work? Or what I had to do on this stupid dead spaceship? All you have to do is undress them. Stunned, I didn't even immediately notice that the 17th Archon had been standing right in front of me for some time now, holding out a plaque with new scribbles. We need troops, weapons, and warships. If you refuse to provide them to us, we will consider you an agent of the usurpers and put you on a show trial. You have half an hour. These Swankin guys have an unhealthy passion for ultimatums, I thought. No wonder they don't get along well with their allies. Do you see that? I asked the Leviathan. Of course I do. And I have to say, I think it's about as good as it gets. I sighed. What exactly? That I'm going to be executed by crazed zombies in half an hour? After your suggestion to force them into a mass striptease, though, nothing surprises me anymore. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood for stupid jokes right now. I have to think of something to lie about that won't get me thrown out of the airlock. Why bother with lies? Leviathan said. Tell them the truth. Tell them that the first recruits will be coming aboard in as soon as 15 minutes. Ahead of your outrage. No, I'm not crazy. And I haven't decided to join the Swankin Crusade. Of the dead ones or alive. It's just that I know what happened here and how to resolve this situation. As you may have guessed by now, there are no miracles, and the long-dead hierarchs of the Swankanians were not resurrected after all. The pulsation of the Great Singularity is certainly a thing of paradox and power, but even it is incapable of such a thing. However, having passed through the lens of the circular grey hole, it changed its influence to such an extent that a series of highly unlikely events occurred on the ships of the funeral fleet. First, the pulsation, as it did hundreds and thousands of times before, made sentient something that could in no way reach a sentient state before. The Bureau of Intelligent Species Registration regularly encounters cases of computer networks and individual big cores suddenly gaining self-awareness. But in this case, amplified and distorted by the influence of the grey hole, the pulsation managed to pull up the rather primitive mainframe of the funeral fleet. Hell knows what it had rewired in its electronics. The simple device, redesigned solely for storing information about the honored dead, in other words, a library of obituaries, suddenly became intelligent and tried to realize this fact based on the available data. Those damn obituaries. The next coincidence was that this computer, of course also long decommissioned like everything else in the funeral fleet, had once been part of the Swankin medical network and was responsible for controlling the surgical nanobots. Obviously, there was no need for medical base in the funeral fleet. But the Swankenians had always had a soft spot for nanotechnology. For example, they used them to maximize the preservation of the dearly deceased. The metallized fabric of burial garments was part of the control systems of these nano-embalmers. I looked at the screen. Stacked back in sarcophagi, the bodies of dead Swankenians without their ceremonial garments looked much more ordinary. "How did you figure it out?" I asked. Behind me, the several clones from the Leviathan's crew were remotely controlling the expansion's funeral fleet. Or maybe they were just pretending to control something, so I'd still have a sense of involvement. Surely, a Leviathan could do it directly. "Inscriptions on funeral clothes," a voice said behind me. I didn't turn around. What's the point? I was literally inside the intelligent creature speaking to me anyway. In addition to all sorts of ceremonial phrases, there were the manufacturer's details too, the factory where the garments were made. I dug into Swanken databases and found out what the factory was producing. After I found out what kind of computer the Swankenians used to store the burial archive, it hit me. All I had to do was check when the last pulsation of the Great Singularity was recorded. That's where the message from the bureau came in handy. "It's crazy," I said. "I would never—" "Wait, how did you get to the Swanken databases? They didn't seem very cooperative." "Hacked into it, of course," Leviathan said. "These guys need to pay more attention to cybersecurity. Although, all things considered, maybe they shouldn't. Anyway, I didn't tell them about it." I remembered how, amid my surreal discussion with the Swanken nanozombies, several clones had entered the hold and all the Swankenians suddenly froze and then dropped dead to the floor. Pun intended. As Leviathan told me later, he had picked up the frequency on which the computer was controlling the nanobots and blocked it out with powerful interference. An electronic version of exorcism. Nice. The image on the screen began to ripple and twitch. The funeral fleet was already very close to the grey hole, and the signal from it reached the Leviathan and the expansion fleet with great difficulty. "So, are the Swankenians happy with the way we handled the situation?" I asked. "In general terms, yes," Leviathan said. I thought the voice had changed. Probably it was another clone speaking. "They weren't very happy that I'd taken their computer, but I convinced them that if the data in the computer's memory was preserved instead of turning into quantum foam inside the great hole, it might be considered even more respectful to the honorable dead. So, now we can head back to prevent a conflict far more serious than a galactic war with the sunken expansion." I shuddered. Had the damn Leviathan found some more adventures for me to endure? "What are you talking about?" I still didn't know if it was the chuckle in my head or if the Leviathan was chuckling through one of the clones. "About your boss, of course. I heard he hates it when his subordinates are late for work." There are certain advantages to spending a vacation traveling as far away from your place of work as possible. Even if you're recalled in an emergency, it will take you a certain amount of time to get back, and you can at least try to make the most of that time. Of course, given my recent experience, the part of the Leviathan's clone crew created as charming female representatives of the Homo sapiens did not appeal to me as much as it could, say, a year ago. Somewhere in the depths of my consciousness, there was an unhealthy thought that while kissing such a beauty, I would be kissing a huge, living, intelligent being capable of independent movement in hyperspace. And if you consider that it can also easily get inside your head, Mo assured me that he would never do it without my permission. The situation with the expansion's funeral fleet didn't count as extraordinary, and would even disconnect his central consciousness from the clone I'd chosen, but, well, you know. Otherwise, the 4 days flew by almost instantly. The great singularity this time gave off a pulsation of such power that the Bureau would probably have to clear out a backlog of at least a few dozen new intelligent species. But I, as a bonus, already had one, almost ready for registration, even if it was just one old medical archivist. I took the liberty of preparing all the paperwork, Leviathan said as I waited for the shuttle to the Nevrion hub. This time, Mo spoke to me through an imposing male-looking clone, dressed in an elegant uniform. Leviathan used to pass this clone off as a ship's captain when he was too lazy to go into lengthy explanations with uninformed civilizations. Everything you need to register a new intelligent entity. Thank you, Mo, I said. The gratitude in my voice was sincere. I hate all this red tape. You can send it directly to the Bureau's AI section on my behalf. They'll probably send transport to take the Swankin computer as soon as the formalities are settled. 24 hours at the most. Oh, that won't be necessary, the clone said with a faint smile. I've always been amazed at how accurately they can portray human emotions. I mean, what would a giant spaceship know about smiles? I think, given the tense situation after the last pulsation, the Bureau will respond positively to my request. I stared suspiciously at the clone. What request? What do you mean? Official custody of the new mind, of course, the clone replied, still smiling. I think you have enough to do without looking after a confused newborn artificial intelligence who felt so lonely that he created a whole crowd of puppets just to have someone to talk to. But you're always welcome as a guest if you ever want to visit me. I must confess, I was at a loss for an answer. The damn Leviathan knew how to surprise me, each time giving me something new. I didn't realize it until I was back home at the Nevrion hub and tried to reread that book again. Clone Crews on Commonwealth Leviathans. Puppets. Swankin Nano-Zombies. Animated by an AI that barely had time to gain awareness. The funeral fleet. Giant space coffins from which the Leviathan rescued a doomed mind. I wouldn't be surprised if Mo dubbed the Swankin AI Ishmael. Of space, dance, and chaos. If you have never seen the artificial world of Xanadu, you are missing the best experience of your life. Imagine a glittering ball, a carefully crafted jewel woven from many chains, pearl threads, and shimmering spirals, studded with beads and crystals of all possible shades of happiness and joy. Now, enlarge the orb to the size of a small star and populate it with billions of intelligent beings, and live in it with huge parks and inland seas, and connect the vast living spaces with spacious air corridors, bustling with the inhabitants of the jewel and guests who came from all the corners of the galaxy. If you haven't succeeded, don't worry. For someone who has never seen Xanadu, it's hard to imagine an artificial structure of this scale created for a single purpose: the worship of beauty and art. The Vions who built Xanadu left Galaxy long ago, though no one knows for sure when they did so, how, or why. Some believe that Vions dissolved into the universe after reaching the collective catharsis when they summoned Xanadu from oblivion by the will of their creative imagination. But this is only speculation. One thing is certain: Xanadu is the greatest legacy to all intelligent civilizations of the galaxy, and only a man of art can get to Xanadu. But once there, you will unlikely to ever leave this incredible world, a true utopia of creativity. Yuri Foss had never been more worried than he had been in the last few hours. Not since the moment the Sixth Union's intersystem ship Awareness Space came out of hyperspace into direct teleport range. To get to Xanadu, and not just as trivial tourist, but to visit this legendary place during the festival. The ticket cost him a lot of money and even more effort just to get it. You couldn't get tickets to the festival in the mall next door. As a result, Yuri was almost bankrupt, but that was nothing compared to the chance to attend the festival. And it did not matter that the festival was not in line with Yuri's specialty this time. It was dedicated to dance, while Yuri devoted all his life to the paintings. But such events did not take place often. Yuri remembered only one festival 40 years ago, when he had just started attending art school. And now it's coming, a new festival, a grand event, which will bring together millions of the best dancers from all known worlds. The best of the best from every corner of the galaxy. In fact, the festival has already begun. All halls, parks, stadiums, and spaces suitable for public entertainment had been given over to solo and group dance performances, including huge troops, the likes of which no one in the human worlds could even imagine. Yuri remembered that he had heard about one dance company of the insectoid race Shyxt, which consisted of 200,000 dancers. A special place was set aside for them between the living branches of Xanadu. A vast space was enclosed in a shell of force fields and filled with air. Beautiful swarms of dancers performed incredibly graceful pirouettes to infrasound music, creating the complex pattern of jeweled bodies and fluttering, pearlescent wings. Of course, all the performances were broadcasted for everyone to see. Any of Xanadu's residents and visitors could watch them by connecting their neural shunt to one of the many channels of the World Network. And any of the audience could vote for their favorite dancer or troupe. There were no juries or complicated counting systems. Whoever got the most votes was the winner. The system seemed deceptively simple to the point of unreliability, but never once failed. The winner of any festival has always been a genius. However, this festival had one peculiarity. Almost everyone was sure in advance who would be the winner, because the great Nartaka himself was going to arrive at the festival. The legendary mysterious dancer, whose performances had changed the lives of entire civilizations, even those with no inclination to romantic impulses, those who believed art to be something utilitarian, Xanadu to be a waste of resources, and its population to be a collection of idlers. And yet, after Nartaka's tour, these races suddenly developed a love for beauty. One cybernetic civilization even set out to transform a neighboring star cluster, following its newfound sense of harmony. Of course, the recording of Nartaka's performances were sold in huge quantities, but all those who personally attended them were unanimous. The recordings do not convey even 1/100th of the impression of the dance. Critics and choreographers repeatedly argued about the secrets of his mastery. Dissertations and monographs proliferated by the dozens, but he just kept dancing. Or she. Or maybe even it. No one knew if Nartaka was a man, a woman, or something totally indefinable. In fact, no one even knew what race he belonged to. What was known was that his appearance could change significantly from performance to performance. It was possible with the modern level of cosmetic medicine, but many claimed that Nartaka could change his appearance even while dancing. It was hard to believe that, but many things about Nartaka seemed unbelievable. A subtle melodic tinkle informed the line of shuffling passengers that the teleporters were ready to begin departing for Xanadu Reception Terminal A5, the closest to the festival's main arenas. The stewards removed the barrier tape, and passengers began to enter the cabins that could teleport 2 persons simultaneously. Yuri was paired with a tall, swarthy man, a completely ordinary man, without any additions or changes, but taller than Yuri by a head, and of a very athletic build. The man intercepted Yuri's curious gaze and smiled warmly in response to the art historian's embarrassed smile. "It's okay, buddy," the tall man said. "I'm used to that. I'm pretty big boy, even by my family's standards, and Gambinos were always taller than average human. My name is Eric Gambino, a specialist in exotic arts," and he held out a large hand for a handshake. Yuri shook it fearfully, afraid that the big man would break his fingers, but the handshake was nothing more than affirmative and friendly. Yuri Foss, art historian, specializing in Third Empire and Aldebaran Alliance paintings from the Great Transition. Gambino shook his head respectfully. "A fascinating period. I've always wanted to learn more about it, but I just haven't had, the time. But tell me, how do you study Aldebaran paintings? Did you change your eyesight?" The Aldebarans, a humanoid race self-destroyed in internal wars more than 200 standard years ago, had a vision, and thus painting, heavily skewed toward the violet part of the spectrum. "I have implants," Yuri said. It was a question he'd heard countless times before, but he was pleased by the big man's interest and obliged to give a proper answer. "Aldebaranian vision is, how should I put it, too specific to live with all the time, so I got the nano implants. They're not working constantly. I can turn them off and on, whenever I want to." Gambino nodded. I see. I too sometimes have to deal with, similar problems." Yuri wanted to ask what kind of problems a specialist in exotic arts might encounter, and what kind of arts they were, but it was their turn to teleport. They stepped into the cabin, and a moment later, Xanadu welcomed them into a glittering embrace. Can you imagine a world that embodies absolute beauty? A world in which everything is pleasing to the eye. A world so beautiful that any intelligent being, whether human, humanoid, or any imaginable species, seems to be utterly devoid of any flaws while being in it, becomes the ideal of its race, although it does not lose its individuality. They say that the beauty standards vary from race to race, but Xanadu accommodates them all at once, bringing them together unfathomably into one harmonious whole. Impossible, you say, but neither is Xanadu, and yet here it is. Yuri had seen many masterpieces, but for the first time in his life, he was inside a masterpiece, the greatest he had ever seen, and certainly he had never dreamed of being part of. The most incredible feature of Xanadu was that by some miracle, any of its inhabitants, tourists, their luggage, and even trash became part of the universal harmony of beauty. Yuri looked at his traveling companion and marveled at how much the big fellow had become like a god. Gambino winked. First time on Xanadu, buddy. Yeah, it's a lot to get used to. It's my third time here, and I still feel a bit lost. Just a few moments ago, on the ship, you were just an ordinary man. No offense, buddy, right? And now I'm standing next to the most beautiful and wise art historian in the universe. Those Vions knew what they were doing. They really were. Yuri shook his head as if trying to banish the illusion, but it stayed. This was all real. He is on Xanadu. He thought about the several collections he had dreamed of visiting. All the best art collections were located on Xanadu, and if any were left elsewhere, it was only through ignorance, oversight, or naive stubbornness of the owners. He thought of the inhabitants of Xanadu with whom he dreamed of talking in person rather than through hyperlinks, art historians, painters, and sculptors. He remembered the festival. Nartaka! He almost shouted it. Oh, I'm sorry, it just slipped out. You said this is your third visit to Xanadu? Then you must know how to navigate this place. How do you get to the main festival hall? I have a ticket for tonight's performance of Nartaka. Gambino smiled broadly. Buddy, this ain't some crowded merchant station. This is Xanadu. Just go into the teleporter booth. No, not that one. Those are for communicating with ships only. The inner ones are over there. So, you go into the booth and tell it your desired destination. You don't even have to say it out loud. Just make it clear in your mind. Hold a second. Let's make it simpler. I'll keep you company. As it happens, I also have a ticket. And Gambino gestured at the row of teleport booths which looked like shimmering diamond jewelry. Yuri thought that these exotic arts seemed to bring in a good income, judging by Gambino's careless tone. Yuri had to sell his house on the Martian Riviera for this ticket. However, there was no time for idle thinking. Nartaka's performance was scheduled to start in just half an hour. Like everything on Xanadu, the main festival hall was a work of art. From the circular stage in the middle, the bleachers spread out in an amphitheater, gradually becoming a giant hemisphere that converged somewhere in the sky. The hall had a capacity of 200,000 visitors. Although the farthest seats were nearly half a kilometer from the stage, special warp devices allowed each spectator to see and hear what was going on, as if they were sitting in the front row. Special sectors were set up for races whose breathing and lifestyles were critically out of sync with oxygen. Yuri parted ways with Eric Gambino at the entrance to the hall. Their seats were far apart, although there was no difference whatsoever in where to sit. Tickets to the front row and the top of the hemisphere cost almost the same. Gambino shook hands once again and promised to find Yuri after the show. "It's not hard at all," he said. "It's about the same as using a teleporter. Just imagine the person you want and the mini-guide will tell you where to go." "And if the person doesn't want to be found?" Yuri asked. Gambino smirked. "Then it won't," he said. "But this is Xanadu. No one hides here. Well, see you later. I hope Nartaka's performance goes without, surprises." And before Yuri could ask what surprises he meant, Gambino disappeared into the thick and colorful crowd of spectators. Yuri had expected the hall to buzz with so many people, but it was surprisingly quiet. Apparently, the warp field has also muffled the noise. As soon as he had gotten comfortable in his chair and marveled at the clear view of the stage, as clear as from the front row, he heard a soft, gentle sound, and the lights in the hall began to go out, leaving only the stage flooded with sparkling light. At first, the sound was hushed, literally on the verge of being audible, but the volume gradually increased until the hall was filled with magical iridescent melody, long and pulsating. Yuri knew that not all intelligent races perceived sound similarly, but he was sure Xanadu's magical equipment adjusted to each spectator. Moreover, he wouldn't be surprised if he found out that they even heard different melodies according to the preferences of each race. The music evolved and became more complex, enhanced by the lighting's whimsical play of color and brightness. It was like smokeless fireworks in a cave whose walls were lined with precious stones. But when the climax of the overture came, the music went silent for a moment. The lights went out, and when they came back on, Nartaka stood in the center of the stage. Yuri was surprised that he still considered a dancer a man, although Nartaka began the dance in a female form this time. The face was impossible to see. It was shimmering and sparkling with dots of starry flame, but the figure was undeniably female, incredibly beautiful and mesmerizing. Nartaka stood with his arms slightly spread apart, his body tightly encased in the iridescent fabric of his dress. How would he dance in this? Yuri thought. But then Yuri realized the dress was only an optical illusion below the waist. Half hiding the legs, it was not restricting the movement. And then the music rushed forward on the rolls of the complex rhythm, and Nartaka began to dance. Later, it was difficult for Yuri to reconstruct the extravaganza of Nartaka's dance in detail. The great dancer flowed from one part to another, as a mountain stream flowed over the boulders and ice floes. Majestic, fierce, smooth, persistent. Sometimes he moved so fast that the eye did not have time to catch the movement, almost blurring from speed. Then he seemed to freeze on the spot, and only by comparing it with the images in the memory could one catch that he was still moving, elusively, like a minute hand of the old mechanic watches. And he was changing from a beautiful woman with a fiery glow instead of a face. He turned into a slender man dressed in coal-black tights. Then again into a woman, but this time with a strange, almost triangular face. Then he became a man with an extra pair of arms. Yuri could swear he saw it. And his skin, this time wearing nothing but a loincloth, turned blue. By this point, Yuri had almost fallen into hypnotic trance. The combination of the music of spheres and the incredibly graceful and harmonious dance of Nartaka was taking him somewhere beyond the universe, and even the fact that the music and dance suddenly seemed to have some dark, threatening notes did not take him out of his immersion in the performance. And then, suddenly, total silence dropped. Yuri experienced a real shock. Just a moment ago, he was in the continuum of the divine light of Nartaka's dance, and now he was sitting in complete silence and looking at the stage, where he saw two people, one of whom was lying down, and the other standing over him in a threatening pose, pointing at the dancer. A weapon! The warp field worked as well as before, and Yuri realized that the man lying down was the dead Nartaka, and the assassin standing over him with the gun in his hand was Eric Gambino, a specialist in exotic arts. "I'm sorry it turned out to be so, dramatic," Gambino said. They were sitting at the table in a small cafe. When the panic and chaos after Nartaka's murder had subsided, and there wasn't much of it since the majority of the audience considered it part of the intended finale, Yuri unexpectedly ran into Eric on his way out of the hall, and the latter suggested to go and sit somewhere. To his own surprise, and probably because of it, Yuri agreed. "Why haven't you been arrested?" he asked bluntly. "I don't know what happened there, but they should have detained you until all the circumstances were clarified. And who are you, anyway?" Gambino was silent, tapping the fingers of his left hand on the amber tabletop. His right arm was thrown back over the chair's backrest, lounging in a relaxed pose. But even in that, Yuri felt some kind of threat now. "I am really an expert in, exotic arts," Gambino finally answered. "Such as, for example, the specific dances of the late Nartaka. I followed him through a couple dozen systems before I caught up with him here. As for why I'm not arrested, well, I didn't come here alone. The authorities are being dealt with by my colleagues. Other, exotic specialists. My one and only assignment was Nartaka." "You were supposed to kill him? You're an assassin?" Gambino grinned and shook his head. "No, of course I wasn't, and of course I am not. I was supposed to find out his goals and stop him if I had to." "But couldn't you just ask? Did you have to shoot right away?" The phrase sounded much harsher than Yuri would have liked, but he was overwhelmed with emotion. "Have you ever heard the legends of the great dance of the ancient gods?" Gambino said instead of answering. "They are thousands of years old and came from the old earth. The legend says that the gods once had twofold dance, with its light side capable of creating worlds and its dark side capable of destroying them. Some ancient myths," Yuri shrugged. "I've heard something like that. It's not my specialty. What does it matter?" "But it is my specialty," Gambino said. "As it turns out, it's much more real than myths. We don't know where the Nartaka came from. Hell, we're not even sure if he's human. You've seen him change his appearance. He showed up on the edge of the galaxy 20 years ago. At least, that's as far back as we've been able to trace his past. He toured, first with the troupe, and then began to give solo performances. And with each performance, his fame and skill grew. Gradually, his personality began to grow rumors. I think you've heard them. The usual nonsense, Yuri nodded. Advertisements designed for primitive worlds, which after passing through fifth hands turn into fairy tales. Calling rain to the desert, curing the plague, that sort of things. I even heard a crazy story about an asteroid being pulled away from striking the orbital. Gambino nodded as he spoke. Those weren't fairy tales, he said. Yuri stared at him incomprehensibly. I beg your pardon? They weren't fairy tales, Gambino repeated with a sigh. He was really doing all of these things. And with each dance, his power grew. Don't look at me with that expression. He winked at Yuri. I haven't lost my mind or become an adept of the holy or divine Nartaka. But my organization started closely monitoring him a few years ago. Your organization? Well, yes. The Committee of Exotic Arts Specialists I work for. People are accustomed, to thinking that apart from the forces of nature, only science can pose a threat. But the arts also are very powerful. You're a man of arts, you understand. The Vions, for example, knew that for a fact. We took him seriously after Nartaka resurrected with his dance colonists who had died of poisoning on Frazetta 4. Wait a minute, Yuri said, thinking hard. But you said that Nartaka devoted himself, so to speak, exclusively to the creative side of the dance. What happened here on Xanadu, and why were you so sure it had to happen? Before answering, Gambino raised his head and looked through the dome of the force fields at the fractal weave of Xanadu structures. The platform with the park faced inward into the vast complex, so the sky was always illuminated with diamond-like reflections. Only one sky sector showed a massive, colorful gas nebula framed by several multicolored stars. The nebula was called the Veil of Sleep and was believed to be a colossal work of art created by the Vions. Art and creativity cannot have boundaries, or they cease to be what they are, Gambino said thoughtfully. As soon as we realized that Nartaka was following the path of the twofold dance, we realized that one day he would also turn to the dark side of it. It's no coincidence that it happened here, because Xanadu is the epitome of beauty. It was only logical for absolute chaos to be born from absolute harmony. Yuri suddenly remembered the chill that had run down his spine when Nartaka's dance had suddenly taken on an ominous, horrible turn, just before the gunshot. You mean you barely made it? He asked. And if you had fired just a moment later, it would have been all lost. Gambino smiled sadly. I wish I'd made it, he said. What makes you think I did? He pointed to the Veil of Sleep, and Yuri was horrified to see that 3 of the 9 stars at the edges of the veil were gone, and the giant blot of coal blackness was spreading across the nebula. The war between chaos and harmony has begun, Gambino said. Do you know any prayers appropriate to the occasion? Only a proverb, Yuri answered. Ars longa, vita brevis. An apt saying, Gambino nodded and looked up at the sky again. Ars longa, you say? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Imagine a dazzling jewel, a weave of diamond fractal patterns, populated by the galaxy's most creative inhabitants. Art is Xanadu's very essence, the great heart of the galaxy, pumping the blood of beauty through the channels of its soul. If you fail, don't worry, for it may not matter now. Blood contamination is often fatal for humans, but who knows what results the contamination of beauty could lead to. Imagine a galaxy that has become sick with chaos. If you fail, just look around. The good, the bad, and the androids. A spaceship is an expensive toy. You realize this very clearly when you look at its smoking wreckage. Actually, I was fortunate in the sense that I was alive. If I hadn't lingered on the bridge over the dried-up river that separated the wasteland where I landed from the abandoned village, I would have exploded with the ship. I thought I saw something at the bottom, but on the closer look, I realized it was a bizarre play of light and shadows among the pellets, and what I was looking for on this planet was not there. It was a really small chance of that, anyway. For once, my life had been saved by my own stupidity, not an achievement to be proud of. Usually, it works the other way around. The area was deserted, so I didn't bother to build a full defensive perimeter around the ship. Still, I wanted to know who had managed to plant a charge under the ship in the 45 minutes I'd been searching the ruins. I was sure it wasn't a missile, an orbital cannon, or something like that. Those are hard to miss. To be sure, I walked around the crater. Nothing. If there were any traces here, the explosion had scattered them with the dust. Well, if I can't find anything here, I'll have to figure out what to do next. First, I took a quick look at the remaining gear. Weapon, a modernized military-style pulse gun in a hip holster. The charges are less powerful, but the energy cells hold 3 times as many rounds. I won't have to fight off Eulerian cyber tanks or penetrate the armored bunkers. At least I hoped so. 6 spare energy cells in a cartridge box on my belt means I'm good on spare ammo. Clothing and footwear. Well, at least I didn't go outside in my pajamas. All comfortable, reliable, pre-selected for the planet I'd have to work on. Got lucky with the location this time. Sure, it's too dusty and arid, but it's still not a jungle or an icy fridge. I hate cold planets, and my last job on the Flower Joy only confirmed this deep-seated feeling. The rest, a flask of water, and most importantly, a compact active filter. I could scoop water from any puddle as long as it didn't glow with radioactivity. I looked around at the barren landscape of a few stunted bushes and rocky hills, and my enthusiasm for water waned. It seems to be a sparse resource here. What else? An army knife in a sheath on my belt, and a mini comb on a special mount on my left wrist. The comb was mostly useless now. Its main purpose was communication and remote control of the ship and the skimmer, but there were a few things left. First, a small scanner. The range was paltry, but it was better than nothing. Second, a geopositioning system. Blessed be the idiot philanthropist who had placed a bunch of satellites in orbit over this dusty hole that could be used to determine location. And that was basically it. I looked at the ruins the customer had sent me as the supposed destination coordinates. It was quite obvious that he had been in all-over state for many years. However, there was nothing unusual about that. If all my goals could be found so easily, professionals like me would have been out of a job long ago. At least on this one, I wasn't limited by time. No deadlines, no questionable competitors, no expiring inheritance cases or criminal lawsuits. Although the burnout scrap metal that had once been my ship now seemed to indicate otherwise. I played around with the comm settings a bit, trying to contact any of the locals. I wasn't planning to talk to them so early, but my choices were cut down by the explosion. Anyway, it didn't work out. The comm picked about 5 stations, but none of them answered. Apparently, the locals were no more hospitable than the landscapes they inhabited. Or maybe they just didn't have time to take messages from ignorant outsiders who managed to blow up their ship in the middle of nowhere. So much for the planning. I shrugged and switched the mode, bringing up the map I've downloaded from the Sector Information Center. Unless there were radical changes in the 8 years since the last update, the nearest village was about 30 kilometers away. It was certainly a distance to worry about, but I couldn't just sit there by a combo of old and fresh debris, waiting for the sun to smile. That's not what I'm being paid for. An hour and a half of monotonous walking across the yellowish-brown plain put me in some sort of trance. Before I set off, I entered the direction to the settlement into my comm, so that it would warn me if I lost my way. But the most I had to do was occasionally skirt thorn bushes or small rocky cliffs and walk across the dusty ground to my destination, scaring away the occasional small fauna. Long story short, when one of the cliffs suddenly sighed heavily and stomped in my direction, I didn't even immediately react. I guess it were the wild stock, it could have ended badly. I grabbed my precious pulse pistol when the beast was 2 steps away. Would I have been able to get a shot off, or would it have trampled me? That's a question best not asked. "You ain't from around here," said the man sitting on the beast's back. The beast's large armored head, the size of a skimmer, stared at me with the dual eyes, as if pondering whether or not I was edible. I hoped I was different enough from local bushes to stay off the menu. I carefully holstered the pistol and spread my hands. "Guilty as charged. Is it that noticeable?" The man shifted his wide-brimmed hat slightly to the back of his head and pulled down the rag that covered most of his face. The face, in expression and texture, resembled the horn plates that protected the flanks and thighs of a beast. "Here," he looked around the unimpressive landscape, "everything is noticeable." His gaze stopped at point behind me. I didn't turn around. I never knew something in a spaceship could burn for such a long time. But only an outsider would walk around the wasteland with an uncovered head and open face. I shrugged silently. I had nothing to say. He didn't expect an answer either. Speaking of the faces, the beast started to turn its head toward the completely inedible-looking blackthorn bushes, and he stopped it with a tug of the tow cord-like reins. "There is some wicked shit going on with your face." I touched the scars on the left side of my face. A stupid habit I should have gotten rid of a long time ago. "Let's just say some really wicked shit happened with my life. Is that a problem?" "Not unless you make it one." he said. Where you heading to? South? I nodded. Creep house. Another nod. I can give you a ride. He made some elusive movement with the reins, and the beast sank to its knees with a heavy sigh. The ground beneath its feet shuddered as if the assault ramp of a large landing ship had fallen nearby. Heading there myself. I put my foot on the beast's huge, ugly knee and grasped the horny ridges on its flanks with both hands. Riding the glamba, as the driver called the beast, was like riding a large boulder. It was about 6 meters high and seemed to be made of bulges and horn plates. However, Jomis, as the rider introduced himself, was comfortably perched on the beast's back. The chair-saddle combo was attached to the carapace with the help of ordinary construction dowels, from which I concluded that either the beast had a very thick hide, or it was completely insensitive to pain, or maybe it was both. I had no chair, but the beast was loaded with a pile of bales, secured the same way. I climbed there and made a nest from them. Jomis looked over his shoulder at my manipulations and snorted. I didn't know if it was a nod of approval, a chuckle, or he just coughed a fly out of his nostril. After about 10 minutes I asked, "Is Jomis a first or last name?" I realized that beast's swaying and stomping were hypnotizing to the point of dragging me into the coma. "Is it important?" came from under the hat. I thought. "Probably not. So think whatever you want." Stomp, 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 stomp. "And what's your name?" Jomis asked. Oh shit, I forgot to introduce myself. "Vyacheslav Shamshurin," I said, "or simply Val." "It's your call, Val." God knows how long this conversation, monotonous as the heat death of the universe, could go on. We exchanged a few more such meager remarks, with pauses of a few minutes, and Jomis even lent me his old hat and a piece of cloth to cover my face from the dust. I was doubly grateful for the latter. First of all, I already appreciated the taste of the local dust, and secondly, being able to cover my face without arousing suspicion was a sure thing coming in handy. I hate it when people look at my face. Though if everyone here had been as emotional as Jomis, it might not have mattered so much. Soon, however, our leisurely conversation was interrupted in the most radical way. They jumped out of the narrow passage in the rocky ridge along which our beast had been stomping for the last 20 minutes. 7 of them, all on high-speed single-seat skimmers, wearing pilot-like jumpsuits and helmets with mirrored visors on their heads. Jomis muttered something inaudible, probably swore, judging by his tone, and poked the beast in the back of the head with a sharp stick, causing it to speed up. It couldn't run away from the skimmers, of course, but I realized the point of the acceleration when the attackers started firing. It's harder to aim even at the mountain if it's galloping. Instead of energy weapons, they had some kind of ancient firearms. You know, bullets, cartridges, and whatnot. I could have marveled at such antiques, but it wasn't in my plans to get a solid chunk of metal in my back, so I spread out as best I could among the bales and horny bulges on the glamba's back and drew my pulse pistol from its holster. Jomis wasted no time either. He secured the reins and pulled a huge gun out from under the saddle. I was surprised to recognize a Eulerian assault rifle. No bullets, wads, or other archaeology. Good old reliable plasma balls. For the next 2 minutes, some part of me continuously squirmed with laughter somewhere in the back of my mind. The situation wasn't just simply ridiculous, it was absolutely absurd. I was lying on the back of the prehistoric monster, galloping across the desert, trying not to get hit by the bullets of the attackers circling around me, and beside me, with his legs slightly bent at the knees, was Jermis, dressed as a man from a history book, standing up to his full height and blasting at full power from the most effective infantry weapon in the history of warfare. However, Jermis clearly did not practice firing his howitzer often. The plasma blasts blew up fountains of dry earth and crumbled rocks into the rubble, but none of the shots even came close to the skimmers. The skirmish ended in a way I never saw coming. Apparently, the beast had had enough of all the commotion and the bullets drumming on its hide. I heard muffled thumps a couple of times. Or maybe one of the bullets hit a vulnerable spot between the horn plates. Whatever the case, the Glamba suddenly reared up. I never thought that a creature that looked like a mix between tank and stegosaurus was capable of doing such thing. The trick took me by surprise, and I somersaulted off its back into the spiky dust. Amazingly, Jermis didn't fall. By some miracle he stayed on his feet and didn't even drop his rifle. Evidently, he was well familiar with his ride's athletic ability. While I was trying to wipe my dusty eyes and find my weapon, Jermis got the beast back into the proper position on 4 legs, and they galloped away. The 7 attackers did not pursue him. I would have liked to add to my surprise, but what was there to be surprised about? Everything here had been going south from the start. "Don't move," one of the attackers said. "I got your gun." I finally got most of the dust from under my eyelids and looked at them. Indeed, 1 extra muzzle was added to the 7 pieces initially pointed at me. My own gun. "It won't work," I said. "It's got a recognition system set up on me." "Yeah?" said the one holding my pistol. "To hell with it then." Without lowering his weapon, he shoved the pulse gun into the skimmer's luggage compartment. "We'll make do with what we have. The order is the same. Don't move." I wasn't going to, but something in his voice struck me as odd. Unexpected, if you like. At that moment, my companion changed the polarization of his visor. It went from opaque mirrored to just darkened, exposing his face. "We know why you came here," the girl said. "I can say we wanted to help you, but we couldn't let Jermis win you over to his side. What's your name?" I looked at her face, a pretty one, and quite unfriendly. No matter which place I went on business lately, everyone knew everything about me there. "Call me Val," I said. Not moving, as ordered. "Now what?" The settlement looked like a mixture of guerrilla fortress and a junkyard. Everything in it, including the walls and observation towers, was built of old machinery, from small cargo skimmers to large panels that I recognized with amazement as the shielding of the Eulerian assault boats. "You were sent by the Trigon Tech Corporation, right?" The girl whose name was Kelda asked. At least, that's what she called herself when we arrived at the settlement. I can't say I was anticipating a pleasant ride in a skimmer in the company of a beautiful warrior. Dreams always seem to fail me. I was brought in on an anti-grav trailer as a trivial cargo. I didn't try to jump out on the way there. It was all too fast, and it was all too unreasonable. I shrugged. There was no point in holding on to that info. They seemed to know enough, whoever they were. It's a routine job. I do quite a few of those. The corporation is outside Federation jurisdiction, so it can't operate directly on the Federation territory. Skilda frowned. We were expecting something like this, but it seemed Jomis had been waiting too. It seemed like a good moment to catch some initiative. What did he have to do with this? What would the local farmers want with Trigon and me? How does he even know I exist? Wait, you don't know anything at all? Skilda looked at me incredulously. You said yourself you were here on assignment from Trigon Tech. Well, yeah, I nodded. But the assignment was outlined in the most general terms. Sort of ordinary task to find lost property. I didn't realize you had a whole lot of drama going on here. What's your beef with this Jomis guy? And why did you suddenly decide to take me away from him? I kinda liked the fellow. Skilda was silent for a while, playing with a metal mug on the table in front of her. I don't understand, she said finally. We discovered the explosion and thought Jomis had captured you. Well, in a way he did. I took a sip from the mug. Interesting. Skilda didn't react when I removed the rag from my face. But she was too young to remember the war, and the planet was far from the war zone. A natural lack of curiosity? I decided to store that fact until better times. He saw me hiking through the desert and offered me a ride to Creep House. Shouldn't I have accepted? Wait, where to? Skilda asked in surprise. To a village called Creep House, I repeated. What? It's some sort of local taboo place? Skilda shook her head. I can't figure you out, she said. For a professional, you're too naive or too stupid. She looked around the neighborhood. This is Creep House, and Jomis was taking you into his lair, which you'll probably never get out of. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Wait, but I put the root in the comb. I had a bearing on the Creep House, and Jomis drove his monster right on that bearing. I tapped the device on my wrist. Have you ever heard of jammers? Jomis intercepted your signal and then fed you a phony signal from his scrambler. Do you think he just happened to get in your way? And who do you think blew up your ship in the first place? I squinted. Why should I believe you? It might as well have been you. Skilda jumped up and stared at me furiously. How dare you? It was time to cut the silly talk. What do you know about Progenius, Skilda? And what does Jomis know? And why did I cause the war between you? It's a long story. I put my feet on the table. Are we in a hurry? But I could use a short synopsis. You can skip the Grandma's bio. Skilda stared at me for a moment, biting her lip. The thoughtful version of her was just as awesome. Progenius is gone, she said at last. Blame Jomis for that. I opened my mouth to ask a few important questions, but at that moment a siren wailed and the first explosions went off. A few seconds later, one of the Skilda's deputies, or associates, I didn't bother to check the local chain of command, burst into the cabin. I noted that he was just as young as Skilda. Jomis cyborgs, he exhaled. How many? From which direction? The boy looked at Skilda. Man, was he scared. Looks like all of them, he replied. And they are everywhere, coming from all sides. To confirm his words, something fast and black darted into the camp over the outer wall, and met by a gun volley from the defenders, crumbled to dust near the hut. This one, in addition to horny growths, had long, leathery wings. I decided now would be a good time to intervene in this fascinating dialogue. "It looks like you could use my professional help," I said, standing up. "Can I have my weapon and its charges back, please?" The fierce gunfire started at all the walls, towers, and everywhere, but even that could not drown out the roars and screams outside. The most dangerous was not the Glumbas trying to ram the gates, or even the flying creatures like the one shot down in the center of the camp. The creatures that gave us the most trouble were about a meter tall. They accelerated on their short but surprisingly fast legs, and then they would suddenly curl up at the last moment into a tight, armored ball that would roll straight into the wall and explode on impact. I immediately realized how my ship had been blown up. A small local animal would have been ignored by a low-level security system. I would have ignored it myself. We killed almost all of them, but 3 live bombs managed to make it to the wall. And that's when the humans came in. Or rather, creatures that were once human. I have seen a lot of Eulerian Special Forces combat action during the war. These cyborgs could at least give the Eulerian commander a headache, even though they looked like the spawn of the stone-mad scientist from a cheap horror movie. I wondered, why bother with Cyber Beast if those droids are so effective? And why are cyborgs so ugly? Was it done to make a stronger impression? Or is it simply impossible to cram all these devices into a human body without making it look like the hellspawn? Well, if anything, I was impressed. When it was almost over, there were only 3 creep house defenders left. Skelda, me, and another girl with a large deep scratch above her left eye. The others lay motionless where Jomi's cyborg shots had caught up with them. The 3 remaining cyborgs were keeping their aim on the cabin, where we were hiding in the far corner of the camp. We were keeping our aim on the space separating them from us. Neither of them saw us, nor did we see them. Almost a standoff. Only they had a way to retreat, and we didn't. "Hey, Val!" The loud voice came from afar. "Listen, Merc, we need to talk." Jomi's figure was barely visible through the smoke and dust in one of the breaches, but the wide-brimmed hat was hard to mistake for anything else. I took aim, but lowered my weapon. It was too far away and too dusty. A pistol is not a sniper rifle. "What do you want?" I shouted. "Come out, let's talk calmly. There is no need to keep yelling." I checked the charge indicator of my pistol. 11. Almost nothing. Almost, but not quite. "So your crazy droids can shoot me?" I shouted. Skelda and her friend, whose name I didn't know, looked at me like I was a precursor artifact. "He'll kill you," Skelda said. "And then he'll get us." "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already," Jomis shouted. "Look, I have nothing against you. We can make a deal." "He'll kill you," Skelda repeated. "We'll see about that," I replied, and walked out. Surprisingly, Jomis kept his word. The cyborgs didn't shoot, though I'm not sure if it would make a difference if he hadn't kept his promise. It was only the last one, the 3rd, that I had trouble with. I took out the first one with 2 shots, and the second one, who was hiding behind an old barrel, with a 6-shot burst. Rusty steel is not the best defense against pulse weapons, even with the light load. Apparently, too little brain space was left in his head after installing the tactical processor. The third managed to fire a few shots at the spot where I had just been, and that was it. 2 charges went straight through his implant-mutilated head. Apparently he had some kind of extra balance processor because he didn't fall, but froze in place like an ugly, ridiculous monument, with the hole in the head big enough to see the great attractor through it. I guess they were no match for Eulerian special forces after all. And I had trained with those special forces and completed the course. The only human that was ever able to do that. Now we can talk, I said. So, what's on your mind? To my surprise, Jomi stepped toward me pretty confidently. A few more steps, and I swore silently. The bluish glow of the protective field shimmered around his figure. We can still make a deal, he said. He was holding his Eulerian assault rifle, which was pointed precisely at my chest. One doesn't require much marksmanship skills at a distance of 15 paces. You're just a mercenary, Jomis repeated. You work for money. Give me the girls and we'll split the profits. I know you're here on behalf of Trigon Tech. When I get what I need from the girls, we can give Trigon back what they want. You can even put this mission on your resume as a success. Girls are hiding something that doesn't belong to them. It doesn't belong to you either, Jomis, I said. You were fired from Trigon, 20 years ago? He was clearly shocked. How did you? It doesn't matter though. I've got the half of it. The girls have the rest. If we get Progenius back to Trigon, that will solve everything. Think about it, mercenary. That's at least 500,000 credits apiece. I grinned. 500,000? A tidy sum. But you see, I've already been paid by Trigon Tech. And the thing is that when I'm paid, I always see the job through. He almost made it. Almost. I think if he didn't rely on the protective field, he might even had a chance to pull the trigger first. But I didn't aim at him. The Eulerian assault rifle is one massive piece of technology. A standard Federation space trooper's force field extends about 15 centimeters from the body. A 1.5 meter rifle would not fit within that radius if held horizontally and aimed at an enemy's abdomen. A lot will stick out, just enough so that the edge of the big energy cell protruded beyond the field, which is where I shot. Good thing he didn't come any closer, but I still got splashed. That was a shame. I was getting used to the fashion around here. It had a kind of rugged style to it. But you can't go around messed up like that, splattered all over from head to toe. So what now? I turned around. Skelda and her friend were standing behind me. They had guns in their hands, but they weren't pointing them at me. I threw my cape, hat, and face cloth down to the ground. Nothing, I said. I'll go back to Trigon Tech and let them know the mission is accomplished. The old theft has been solved and the case is closed. Hopefully, the bonus fee will be enough for the down payment on a new ship. What about Progenius? You weren't hired by the Trigonians to get cheap revenge on Jomis, were you? I looked at the wreckage of humanoid cyborgs and the mangled biomechanical carcasses of the monsters. What about it? Progenius is gone, isn't it? It's at least half destroyed. The half that Jomis had. And you're not going to... You won't ask us what happened with the other half? Skilda asked tensely. I slipped the empty pulse pistol into its holster. What for? I already know. The girls looked at each other. Very fast. Way faster than two normal people could have done. You know what? Skilda asked. Her hand with the gun twitched slightly. I shook my head with a sigh. If I go looking for someone or something, I find them. That's what I get paid for. I pointed to the girl with the abrasion. I guessed it almost immediately when I saw your village. No vegetable garden, no well, no warehouses, and the tonic you gave me was poured from 25-year-old can, though you had carefully dusted it off. But the final proof was this. I pointed my finger. A human with a scratch like that would have blood all over the face. Jomis had a partner, Skilda said slowly. His name was Skeld. I managed to reply with a single movement of my eyebrow. I'm still proud of it. He was against Jomis' plans to open an underground factory to produce Progenius-based combat cyborgs. Initially, Jomis must have fed him some crap about fighting the evil corporation, I nodded. And then, when everything was revealed, he killed him. Skilda shook her head. No, he didn't. Worse. She pointed to the cyborg I'd shot, still standing like a scarecrow in the middle of chaos. He turned him into this. But before that, Skeld managed to split Progenius into two halves. Hyperneural superprocessors can be split this way and even multiplied, though rarely. Jomis was left with the military part, technologically advanced but lacking in personality. And Skeld was left with me. Artificial intelligence above the third level is forbidden in the Federation, I said. The same goes for the conglomerate, but you wouldn't want to move there anyway. So, if I were you, I'd move somewhere where there's no control and no one pays attention to anyone, like the worlds of Kshadra. But we don't have the money or documents. We don't have a ship. We won't be able to... I sighed. I hope you had a functioning skimmer stashed somewhere. I'd hate to walk 120 kilometers to the nearest spaceport. You have chosen a secluded spot for good reasons, but seclusion has its drawbacks. Skilda and her friend, sister, clone. Shit. I suspect in 30 years we'll have to introduce the new kinship terms for their species. Anyway, they stared at me like the common inexperienced girls, which in fact they were. In a few weeks, I'll get my full payment from Trigon Tech. I'll add some cash from my savings, buy a ship, and come back for you, I said. But why? I looked at the dirty red rocks beyond the wall, from where the wind blew dust all over the destroyed camp. Certainly not for sightseeing. I was paid to fight Progenius and make sure it didn't fall into the wrong hands. I'd done the first part. I nodded toward the unkept spot where what was left of Jomis lay. Except Trigon's own hands. Don't look right to me either. But they paid, I grinned. And when I'm paid, I always see the job through. Million Names of the Demon. Chkatrul knew that dealing with this demon would not be easy. He had been spellcasting demons all his life, inheriting that calling from his father and grandfather. The chain went back to the Age of Darkness, when demons ruled the world and the people were enslaved. Now everything has changed. The great empire of demons withered, and the people managed to win back their freedom. But the demons have never abandoned attempts to turn the people into powerless slaves again. So the demon casters were always on guard. Demons have never once managed to take the people by surprise. In addition, the demon casters have long since perfectly studied the language of demons and managed to force many of them to reveal their true names. Anyone knows that possession of the demon's true name provides full power over him. The demon casters of the people have learned how to defend themselves against demons with the help of other demons. Now was a very different case, though. This new demon, it was different, not like the ones the casters usually had to fight. First of all, this demon had its own people. They were not like the tribesmen of Chkatrul or the other branches of the people, but they were definitely humans. And it seemed that unlike the demons Chkatrul was used to, this demon took good care of its slaves. The slaves looked well fed, wore good, though unusual-looking clothes, and seemed quite content with life. Yet they were slaves. Chkatrul could clearly hear the orders the demon was giving them, orders that no human ear, but that of the demon caster, could discern. Chkatrul knew immediately that he had to fight this new demon. It was dangerous. His tribesmen had already had time to interact with demon's slaves, and that experience was confusing for many. They had seen the seeming prosperity of the demon's slaves, the likes of which they had never before seen in other slaves or even in the free people. This demon had to be subdued by all means, otherwise it might subjugate everyone to itself. On the other hand, if the full power of the demon could be harnessed, Chkatrul shivered at the thought of how the life of the people might change. They were able to get close enough to the demon without too much difficulty, enough so that Chkatrul could hear his orders. The demon spoke in an unfamiliar language that Chkatrul didn't understand, but he didn't care. That wasn't why he had come. Making himself comfortable in a small cave where they could not be seen by casual eyes, Chkatrul nodded to the two young warriors who had come with him. They were his guards. When Chkatrul entered the trance of a demon caster, the world around him would cease to exist. The warriors were his distant kin. He trusted them unconditionally. Without even a glance toward the warriors, who stood at the entrance to the cave, pointing their spears toward the outside world, Chkatrul grasped the massive metal earrings with both hands and closed his eyes. He knew that weaker spellcasters used potions or chants to induce trance, but all he needed were the amulet earrings his great-great-grandfather had once taken from a powerful demon. Chkatrul squeezed the earrings with his fingers and immediately felt a slight burning sensation in his earlobes, replaced by a warmth that gradually spread through his body to the tips of his toes. At the same time, his skin became desensitized, his ears stopped hearing, and before his closed eyes, a jumble of glowing lines emerged from the darkness, weaving into a bright ball where the strange demon was. Somewhere in the periphery there were other, weaker clots. Chkatrul noted that they were all fading away. I wonder, he thought, if the demons are afraid of this new alien too. Then this is the right thing to do. We must defeat it before it's too late, before it becomes too powerful and conquers other demons. Chkatrul took a deep breath, expelling any vestiges of indecision from his soul, and grasped the nearest power line that went to the demon. Sparks flew from it, the outer layer of the spells that protected the demon. Chkatrul didn't even feel them. He had encountered far more powerful demonic magic in his life. He brushed the sparks aside and struck the first blow. The line bent, then gave way. A series of strange symbols appeared before Chkatrul's mind's eye. He couldn't read them, but he didn't need to. It was enough to memorize them and play them back at the right moment, to move one step closer to the demon's mind. The demon's first name had been revealed. There were still 100 more to go, or 1,000, or 1,000,000. Chkatrul took up the next line. The people need his success. Once he knew the demon's last, true name, he could completely subjugate it to his will. And who knows what opportunities that would open up for the people. I'm telling you, there is something fishy going on there. As usual, it was impossible to read anything on Naraoka's face, but Skansen, who knew the senior communication officer well, could detect the tension in his friend's voice. Pereira is very pedantic. I don't remember him ever missing a session. Skansen leaned back and drummed his fingertips nervously on the armrest. He knew the FSS Magellan's captain, Judson Pereira, well enough to understand that it was out of character for the Brazilian to be silent for 2 days like that. Besides, Pereira was not alone on the Magellan. The scout's crew numbered 6, and all were well aware of the clause in the Research Corps regulations that prescribed control communication sessions once a day. But what could have happened? "They're working on Kindred 3, right?" Skansen asked. As a chief officer of second base, he had 42 scouts under his command, and a vast area to explore. It would be hard to remember them all. Naraoka nodded. "A dead artificial world in the Sigma sector. The nanoplague turned it a few centuries ago into a pile of scrap metal. But it was once one of the Galnet's major communication centers. It's nothing special. We've surveyed a dozen of those, except Kindred is bigger, almost like a real planet. Pereira planned to spend another week there. They found some functioning systems, so he decided to check them out." "The humans didn't survive?" Skansen inquired. "A few tribes of savages, as usual." Naraoka shrugged. "Almost degraded to the Stone Age. Though on an artificial planetoid, it probably should be called a Metal Age or something. They cluster around derelict greenhouse areas, growing vegetable gardens. The ethnologist from Pereira's group was really excited. Some interesting, unusual cult was developed there. Something to do with the deification of technology. You know, the cargo cult and all that stuff." "Well, you can't write off the scouts' disappearance to the savages," Skansen said thoughtfully. "It's not like you can destroy the spaceship with spears. But something did happen." "The next scheduled communications session is in 3 hours, Naraoka said. "We'll wait. If they miss it too..." Skansen stood up. "Then we'll send rescue teams," he said. "I'm starting to have a really bad feeling about this." Naraoka stared at the base commander in silence until the control room door closed. Chkatrul was triumphant. He had just revealed the demon's last true name. Of course, this had not been easy for him. Chkatrul hadn't felt his body during the fight with the demon, but he knew from experience what it looked like. All covered in heavy sweat, chest heaving up and down, limbs twitching involuntarily, eyeballs rotating under closed eyelids. It was a sight that would scare the hell out of an untrained man, but not Chkatrul's guards, who had accompanied him on other campaigns against demons. Chkatrul gathered his strength and, grasping the thickest glowing line, going into the demon's heart, chased the long string of incomprehensible symbols that made up the demon's true name. At first, nothing happened, and then the universe around Chkatrul exploded. Furious streams of blinding light erupted from the demon's heart, and the old lines began to burst one after another. Chkatrul felt the monstrous vortex pick him up and drag him to the very center where the overwhelming energy was bubbling. He saw the smaller clusters of light go out one by one. That was the demon's slaves, apparently unable to exist without their master's energy support. At the last moment, he saw a small cluster of light go out a little farther away and realized it was himself, Chkatrul. "I'm dead," the caster thought. In the same instant, his mind overflowed with an incredible sea of strange symbols, images, and associations, reflections of the endless worlds and bizarre creatures that demon had seen in his life. The demon's regret for the dead slaves he called crew. They died when Chkatrul accidentally killed a minor demon called life support systems, and the sense of obligation to another, more powerful demon called base. Chkatrul felt all of these feelings as his own, and dumbfounded, he suddenly realized that they were his feelings, because he and the demon were now fused together. He himself had become a demon, but he remained a Chkatrul, a demon caster. He knew what he had to do. The demon named Base would soon be calling. Chkatrul would have time to prepare. Naraoka and Skansen stared tensely at the timer. At exactly 1600 base time, Naraoka typed the command on his keyboard and hit enter. The screen lit up with an icon for a start of the communication session. "Strange," Naraoka said. "The communication channel is stabilized, but the ship is silent. Nothing is being transmitted on the audio or video channel." Skansen didn't answer, nervously chewing his lips. Suddenly, he jerked forward and pointed to a flashing icon in the corner of the display. "Something is coming through." Naraoka clicked on the symbol, and it unfolded into a diagram of information packets. It took him a second to realize what they meant. He gasped. "Damn! There is a hell of a lot of data here, and it's all going straight to the base mainframe. I don't understand what it is. It's not our code. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Shut it down right now!" Without waiting for the stunned communication officer reaction, Skansen hit the interrupt key himself. The flickering of numbers and symbols on the screen stopped, the icon disappeared, and the screen went out. Skansen met Naraoka's gaze and let out air noisily. What was that?" the communication officer mumbled. Skansen shrugged. "Someone or something took advantage of the Magellan's communications system and tried to inject a Trojan into our mainframe. I'm guessing it's not the rescue team that will be dispatched to Kinrad now, but the second strike fleet of the Sigma sector." Naraoka shook his head. "Do you think it's a nanoplague?" "I don't know, but I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. The attack was too targeted, too intelligent." Second Fleet will figure it out. Naraoka grinned. Yeah, I know Admiral Salgado's figuring out methods. A few missiles with chaos generators solve any problems. Skansen grinned back, but the grin came out crooked and strained. You know, I'm not sure that, given the circumstances, it would be such a bad decision. And as for the Admiral, what the... The lights in the control room went out. For a few seconds, Naraoka and Skansen sat in complete darkness. Then their eyes were drawn to the suddenly lit up screen. At first, there were no images on it. Then slowly, lines began to appear. I am Chkatrul. I am a demon caster. I have uncovered 1,000,000 names of the demon. I know its true name. Now, Chkatrul and the demon are one and the same. The demon's slaves have become my slaves. The demon has many slaves. The people will prosper. One by one, the communication indicators with other bases, battle fleets, and ships began to light up on the console. The Styx Protocol. Tassifal sat in a chair on the porch of a small house made of standard plastic modules and watched the star-studded sky. Such houses could be found on almost any inhabited Earth-type world in the galaxy, but Tassifal didn't care about originality. He was content with having decorated the walls of the house with large hand-drawn flowers and having planted a small flower bed by the porch. Of the 3 moons that usually hung in the sky as an inseparable team, only one was visible now. The other 2, and a fair portion of the diamond-bright stars, were obscured by the huge dark silhouette of a spaceship coming in for a landing. All running lights on the ship were off. The crew adhered to the light discipline, all by the book. But the light reflected from the 2 moons, obscured by ship, was so intense that its hull was surrounded by a halo of ghostly radiance. Tassifal remembered the halos around the saints on the ancient icons. So much for the light discipline. He stood up and walked over to the flower bed. The large night bloom flowers he had planted right by the wall seemed to have mistaken the ship's arrival for the premature setting of the 2 moons and began to bloom. Tassifal was always amazed at the speed with which they unfurled their long, fleshy petals, almost on the verge of visible motion, just a bit faster than the minute hand of a clock. He touched one of the flowers, and the petal visibly shuddered. Sorry, guys, you woke up too early, Tassifal thought. There were actually still 3 hours left until the first moon set, and the small pesky insects, resembling 8-winged flies, were still sleeping in the coastal thickets. The food will arrive later. The massive shadow in the sky grew larger, but Tassifal knew there was no risk. There was simply no room in the small hollow where his home stood to land such a behemoth. The ship would land in a large field near the stream, half a mile from the house, just like all of those before it. Tassifal entered the house, guided by the light of one of the small moons, the edge of which was already peeking out from behind the ship's hull as it moved slowly across the sky. He had to get ready for visitors. The messenger arrived in the morning, just as Tassifal had expected. He didn't keep much track of time, but there was no doubt that the messenger had arrived exactly at 8 or 7 or 900 ships' time, whichever planet they used as a reference. That was the military's way of doing things, and Tassifal had no doubt that this was a warship even before he saw the messenger. Only the military built such huge ships that could land on planets and orbitals. The messenger's uniform was unfamiliar to Tassifal. The brim of the tactical helmet was raised upward, revealing a young face. The messenger tried his best to look as serious and formal as possible, but the thick scattering of freckles spread across the pale skin on either side of his snub nose negated his efforts. "Mr. Tassifal, Admiral Dacko has the honor of inviting you to an emergency meeting," the soldier reported briskly. His right hand twitched as if he was about to salute, but in the end he refrained, since the man in front of him was clearly a civilian. Evidently, the regulations did not require such a greeting in this case. "Hello, young man," Tassifal said. "Where are you from?" The soldier was clearly confused, though he tried not to show it. "The Federation battleship Indomitable, Space Marines, 1st Reconnaissance Platoon, Specialist 2nd Class Kessiel," he reported cheerfully. Tassifal smiled. "I can see you're from a battleship," he said. "I meant, where did you come from?" "Well, along with your indomitable battleship." "What do you mean, where are we from?" The soldier had eventually lost his composure. The amazement flushed his freckled face. "Well, of course, we're from the Second Free Federation. Where else?" He looked suspiciously at Tassifal. "You don't think we could have anything to do with the Genatrians, do you, sir? They're non-humanoids, after all." Tassifal nodded his head with the most serious look. Of course. The Second Free, what else? You'll have to forgive my old man's forgetfulness." He winked. "Of course, it can't be some lousy Genatrians, is it?" "Well, young man, I've had my breakfast already, so I can go to that General Dacko of yours with a clear conscience." "Admiral Dacko, Mr. Tassifal," corrected the messenger. His voice was an amusing mixture of indignation. How could Tassifal mistake the rank of such an important person? And condescension. What could you expect from those civilians? Tassifal slapped his forehead. "Oh, yes, to the Admiral." He stepped toward the messenger, not even bothering to close the door to the house behind him. "So, shall we go?" Admiral Dacko looked exactly as an honored battered admiral, commander of a powerful fleet of a mighty interstellar civilization, should look. A perfectly fitting uniform, a stern look from under his rigid eyebrows, a face of a man with an unyielding will. Behind the admiral's back crowded a silent entourage, aides, assistants, and other lower-ranking officers. The guards were posted at a distance, so as not to embarrass the high command with their presence. "Good to see you, Mr. Tassifal." Dacko extended his hand for a confident shot and moderately firm handshake. "Or do you prefer to be addressed according to your academic regalia?" "Not at all, Admiral." Tassifal smiled. "I think we should skip that here in a military camp. Just call me Tassifal. That will be more than enough. You know, I've gotten a bit out of the habit of socializing here, so I don't pay attention to such little things anymore." The Admiral only twitched an eyebrow in response. "As you wish." He gestured for Tassifal to take a seat at the fold-out camping table, above which was a detailed holo projection of the local quadrant of the galaxy. "It is not my custom to waste time with the idle chatter. So I suggest we get right down to business. Tassifal knew that the Admiral wasn't expecting him to make any comments. That is, idle chatter. So he just nodded. Over the past few years, the Federation has greatly expanded its sphere of influence in its arm of the galaxy, the Admiral began. However, we are encountering increasing resistance from Genatrian allies and satellites. The Genatrians themselves are silent, but it is clear that all these microstates, 2 or 3 star systems, no more, are acting on their orders. Of course, he grinned, this pathetic insurgent pose no particular danger to our forces. Sooner or later, however, we will have to face those behind them. Forgive me if my question seems a little naive, Tassifal said. But if a big clash is inevitable with this kind of expansion, would it make sense for the Federation to expand in, shall we say, a slightly different direction? He smiled guiltily. I'm not really up on the big galactic politics, so... The squint of the Admiral's eyes became a little more rigid. The high-strength alloys of space armor added to the already existing steel. I'm not authorized to discuss the decisions of the HQ with anyone, he said, but then softened a little. Ah, what the hell. There is no big secret here, anyway. The matter is straightforward. It's either us or them. Neighboring such a powerful interstellar entity as the Genatrian Commonwealth is an existential threat to the Federation. Therefore, we must take action for the sake of our survival. I think you understand what I mean. Tassifal made an uncertain gesture with his hand, which he hoped could be taken as a gesture of agreement and approval. Very well, the Admiral sighed with visible relief. Then let's go to the main point. In our current situation, the Federation needs to mobilize all possible resources. That is why we have come to Styx. Tassifal smiled uncertainly. Are you calling me up for active duty? Indeed, I was once registered as a reservist, and I even hold the rank of captain in the auxiliary reserve. But I'm afraid I will be of little use in real combat. The Admiral laughed. His laughter was like his uniform, confident and clear. The laugh of a true commander, ready to lead his loyal men into the battle. No, of course not. Since the patriotic draft was introduced 2 years ago, we have no shortage of human resources. Like that of the Styx facility, your value lies entirely in something else. Information. And perhaps some other capabilities. But we need your expert opinion, of course. Tassifal looked to the right, where the mighty dark stream stretched into the misty haze of the horizon. To the left, the ship's bulk blocked the view. Tassifal never lost contact with the stream, even if it wasn't in direct visibility. But by a fortunate coincidence, the Admiral had landed his ship right on the shore. The smooth current had a hypnotic effect on anyone who gazed at it for too long. Tassifal noticed that already at least one of the sentries posted at the gangway to the ship was staring at the smooth surface, swaying rhythmically to the beat of the occasional waves running along the stream. Tassifal perceived these waves directly in his mind as peaks in a regular stream of memories. I'm sorry, Admiral, but I'm afraid my expert opinion will disappoint you, Tassifal said. I can assure you that it's not possible to use the Styx for military purposes. Naturally, the Admiral didn't believe it, but he was tactful or sensible enough not to accuse the scientist of betrayal. Tassifal didn't worry much about that, though. Sooner or later, it always ended that way. As far as I understand from the explanation of the expert committee of the Academy of Sciences. Naturally, we did our homework before coming here. The Styx object penetrates the entire galaxy, and possibly the entire universe, the Admiral said. I must admit, I don't quite understand how that's possible, but after seeing the object from the outside, I'm inclined to agree. The expert committee members believe that we can use it as a transportation highway because within its boundaries, the usual properties of space-time are distorted. I don't fully understand that either from a scientific point of view. But as for military use, if we can move our forces much faster than the enemy, it will give us a decisive strategic advantage. Tacifel sighed. Why does it always come down to the same thing? Unfortunately, it's not quite how it works, he said. Or rather, it's not true at all. Yes, the properties of the space-time continuum in the immediate vicinity of the Styx are indeed distorted. But that doesn't mean you can wander back and forth along the river at will. You see, these distortions only affect the river itself. It doesn't affect external objects. So your indomitable ship will fly along the object to the rear of the Genatrian Commonwealth for the same amount of time as it would normally. Maybe even longer. Apparently, this possibility was also present in the committee's report, because the Admiral took the blow calmly. His disappointment showed only in a slight smile and frowning eyebrows. Well, you are undoubtedly the best person to understand the peculiarities of the object. After all, you've spent how long here now? At least 20 years. More like 20,000. But that's irrelevant, Tacifel said with a slight smile. I understand you had other uses for the object in mind. The Admiral gave him a strange look, half apprising, half incredulous, as if deciding whether the old scientist had gone mad from his long solitude or whether it was just his strange humor. Tacifel wasn't sure if the sense of humor didn't also pass in the Admiral's world under the category of insanity. Finally, the Admiral apparently decided to simply disregard Tacifel's remark. Well, since the object is useless as a transportation highway, we are left with its basic functions. Use it, so to speak, for its intended purpose. Which is... The Admiral was clearly getting angry. Obviously, he expected from the galaxy best expert on precursors artifacts in general, and the Styx object in particular, a much better understanding of the situation and willingness to cooperate. Look, this is a grave and important matter, Admiral Daka said without any of his former affability. We don't have time to beat around the bush. For the sake of the Federation's defense, you are obliged to assist us in extracting data from the object. Here we go. Finally, in clear and straight words. Tacifel had no doubt that this was the Admiral's primary goal, and the talk of possibly using the object as a transportation artery was only necessary to probe Tacifel's competence and honesty. All as usual. Tacifel nodded with the most serious look. Of course, I'll make every effort. The Admiral's face showed noticeable relief. But your visit was a bit unexpected. I need to think things over and put some system, at least in general terms, to the results of my research. We did not dare to warn you, the Admiral said. Hypergrams can be intercepted. We didn't want to risk the Genatrians becoming aware of our plans. But I understand. Academic research and military development have a different structure after all. The situation is such that we can't afford any prolonged delays. Would 24 hours be all right with you? Yes. One day is more than enough time for this situation of yours to be resolved, one way or another. What do you mean? The admiral squinted. The entourage behind them stirred. Apparently, they were not used to anyone, and the civilian at that, bickering with the steely commander. Oh, never mind, Admiral, Tassifal said. It's just a clumsy thought out loud. When you live alone on the shores of this, well, it's easy to pick up all sorts of unusual habits. Tell me, do you have any idea what this place really is? He nodded toward the smooth, dark stream. The Admiral relaxed a little and leaned in. Clearly, he took pride in being involved in every detail of his affairs. Within the limits of his competence, of course, which he undoubtedly held in high regard. It is my understanding that the Styx object represents the largest scale artifact of the precursors. The river, Admiral nodded at the stream behind him, flows along an artificial ribbon of unidentified material, presumably extending to the topological boundaries of our universe. The water in the river somehow stores information about all the events that have ever occurred in the universe. Though I have absolutely no idea how one could encode even a couple of jokes in a bucket of plain water. He winked at Tassifal. That's why we turned to you. The expert assured the command that if anyone knows how to get that information from there, it's you. Water memory, Tassifal said thoughtfully. Well, you could say that. The metaphor is vivid enough, though. You see, it's not really a water. Or rather, it's not water at all. What is it then? The Admiral even looked back at the stream, as if double-checking himself. It looks like water. It's pure memory. The memories of every intelligent being that has ever lived in our universe. Don't ask me how they got here. It's far beyond even my comprehension. Okay, if you say so, the Admiral said. He was clearly not one to be easily confused. In any case, it doesn't make that much of a difference. We just need to get the required information from this water or memory. Can you tell me how to do that? We need to develop a proper set of rules. A protocol, if you will. Yeah, the Styx Protocol. That would sound great. Oh no, it's not that easy, Tassifal said. Though the direct assimilation of information is the simplest process. You just have to scoop from the stream and take a few sips. He smiled charmingly. The problem is determining exactly where to draw from. There are no markings on the river, you know. And if you suddenly take a sip of memories incompatible with the human psyche, who knows what could happen? The Admiral looked like he was starting to realize something. But you can give us some clues, can't you? He asked with hope. Well, it can be that there is such an ocean of information, and there is no way to get it. And why do you think no one is pouring barrels of it into their reserves? We're not the only civilization that knows the object exists. Yes, it's a challenge. But I'll see what I can come up with, Tassifal said. I think by tomorrow morning we should be able to reach some certainty on the matter. Right now, I think you two have more pressing matter to attend rather than philosophizing with an old scientist. He pointed behind the Admiral's back toward the sentries along the stream. The Admiral turned around, looking perplexed. But his face immediately took on a resolute, regimented expression. "Colonel, what the hell is going on with your men?" he shouted at one of his subordinates in a Space Marine uniform. "Is this a warship or pleasure yacht, for God's sake? What the hell is going on up there?" Two of the sentries, having left their rifles on the bank, had already waded waist deep into the river, and like little children at bath time, were running their palms over the stream's surface, mesmerized at the dark liquid. Three others sat on the bank, gazing dreamily at their companions and swaying gently like hermits immersed in meditation. "Stop immediately!" the colonel shouted, rushing towards his subordinates. "Stand down! 3 days of arrest for each of those idiots! Major, call the officer of the guard and a new watch! What a bloody mess! Can't you keep your men in check?" He yelled something else, but Tassifal didn't listen. He was accompanied home again by the second-class specialist Cassiel, but Tassifal was so deep in thought that the boy didn't dare to speak to him. Yet another military mission. Tassifal was definitely starting to get tired of it. "What do you mean disappeared? That's impossible!" It was obvious that Cassiel was timid in front of the fearsome admiral, but at the same time he felt that the right was on his side. "Sir, I don't know, sir! There was no order to keep an observation on Mr. Tassifal." Admiral Dacko was furious, but still considered it beneath his dignity to take out his anger on the lower ranks. So he simply let the second-class specialist go and turned to the colonel. "Why didn't you post a guard at Tassifal's cabin? Where are we supposed to look for him now? There is nowhere to hide around here. Have the patrols been dispatched already?" "Yes, sir." The colonel nodded. Just like Cassiel, he did not feel any guilt, so he also held himself confidently enough. "The object has been checked for 100 kilometers in both directions, and there is no trace of the scientist. A guard post wasn't set up because everybody thought he had nowhere to go. You remember the scan results. He didn't have a ship. Not even a simple skimmer. We scanned several thousand kilometers along the length of the object on approach before we found this Tassifal. There was nothing except for his hut." The admiral calmed down a little. Indeed, it was impossible to foresee such a thing. Besides, the scientist had agreed to cooperate, although he was being somewhat vague on the matter. Couldn't he just jump from the object into the vacuum? The edge force fields wouldn't allow it. You can't even land a ship here without some fancy tricks, and that's only from above. "Wait a second. Tell me, Colonel," the admiral said thoughtfully, "if he didn't have any ship here, how did he get on the object in the first place?" The colonel froze with his mouth open. "Maybe someone dropped him off here and then flew away." The admiral shook his head. "Something is not right. So far, I don't see any reason to suspect the Genatrians, but I still don't like what's going on." He put on his cap. "All right. All skimmers are to return immediately. Put the ship on condition 1. As soon as the patrols return, we take off. Until we find out what happened to the scientist, it's too risky to stay on the surface. By the way, what about the sentries from last night?" "At the infirmary," the colonel said grimly. 3 are in state of coma. 2 have completely lost their minds. Keep mumbling something in fish language. The doctors can't say anything for sure. I've set up new posts. I ordered them to stay away from the stream, no matter what, and move them further from the shore just in case. Maybe we should take the control samples from the river." "And what are we going to do with them?" the admiral asked snidely. "It's a warship, not a flying lab. The Federation resources are not infinite, and we cannot afford to spend crazy amounts of money on idlers in white coats roaming around the galaxy at our expense. Tension in the Genatrian front is our first priority." "Maybe it's a priority because we're spending wild money on armaments instead of progress," the colonist thought gloomily. But of course, he didn't say it out loud. "Yes, sir!" he shouted instead, and immediately went to fulfill the order. When the engines failed to start and the ship could not take off, neither the colonel nor even the admiral was hardly surprised, and soon it ceased to bother them at all. There was no real need for extra effort. The current was carrying the light prefabricated boat downstream perfectly on its own. But Tessefal still swung the oars from time to time, not so much to speed things up as to keep his composure. He liked this kind of leisurely physical activity. Not a typical physical training in which movement and exertion are both the process and the goal, but something that has a certain practical meaning, even it is as insignificant as rowing in an adrift boat. It was a pity, of course, that it had come to this. He liked that place. After all, he lived there for almost 2 centuries. But they'd gotten to him. The diffusion of information goes both ways. The stream absorbs the memory of all sentient beings in all the universes it flows through, and simultaneously shapes the reality of all those universes so that the process happens as smoothly and efficiently as possible. In each of the universes, Tessefal found himself embedded in the local reality in one way or another. And each time it ended up the same. Tessefal wondered what his next new home would be like this time. A couple millennia ago, he lived in a house resembling a giant glowing mushroom, and the entrance was not even in the stem, but in the bottom of the cap, as Tessefal himself then looked like a mix of a giant mosquito and a small lizard. Back then, the visitors flew to him on a giant colony of coral polyps-looking thing as a spaceship. Tessefal glanced at another decrepit hulk of a space warship off to starboard. Flying like bees to honey. Or like flies to... He stopped his imagination from running wild. The Styx Protocol. Well, the brave admiral got a good one. Tessefal should probably memorize that name. Of course, the object was called something else in other universes, but that didn't matter. What matters is that it works. Those precursor guys were pretty sharp, if they ever existed. They couldn't completely rid the universes of war and aggression carriers. Just like you can never get rid of annoying flies on a hot summer day. But you could put up fly paper tape. Then, at least in the neighborhood, there will be fewer flies. And the fact that one fly was resistant to the glue and even learned to move on the tape is not a big deal. On the contrary, you can use it as a control specimen or additional bite, especially since the fly doesn't mind. When Tessefal, having just jumped out of the boat and climbed the small cliff, came face to face with a pair of armed soldiers in combat exoskeletons, he was not even surprised. "The commander is waiting for you, Comrade Tessefal," one of the soldiers said, all 4 eyes blinking. The protective membrane that covered his mouth-nose folds gave his voice a murmuring bassness. Given the current situation, your consultation is needed as soon as possible. Conflict with Chiatolan Empire is inevitable, and we're counting on you to help us harness the object's capabilities for the good of the homeland. Tessefel sighed and folded his lower pair of hands behind his back in a gesture of respect and agreement. The Styx Protocol had worked again. I wonder what will happen to me when the guys decide to change the flight tape for a new one, Tessefel thought as he followed the soldiers toward the imposing bulk of another interstellar battleship.